Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the first school committee meeting of the new school year. I hope the school year is off to a good start for those of you who are watching. First up, we have administrative business, the consent agenda. Would someone like to move it? Okay, thank you, Helen. You want to second it, Suzanne?
Sure, I'll second it.
All right, any discussion? Any questions regarding any of the items? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Stephen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen? Yes. Valerie?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes. Sorry about that.
Nope, no problem. And I also, Natalia?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. All right, next up, we have student report with Laura Clevis. I'll remind everyone was actually our student representative early last year, and then went on an internship to Washington. So welcome back. We're glad to have you.
Thank you.
And maybe you can also talk a little bit about your internship experience in addition to whatever remarks you've prepared for today.
Definitely. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Laura Clevis. I'm a senior at Brookline High School, and I'm honored once again to return as school committee student representative. But enough with the niceties. Let's get down to business. During this presentation, we will be discussing back to school at BHS, key issues, the new tardy policy, and other new policies at school, and the club fair before wrapping things up. First, back to school season is up and running. Students started classes on September 5th with staggered start times for 9th graders and the remainder of the student body. 9th graders started classes at 8 a.m., while the rest of us started school at 10. It was nice to get a chance to sleep in for once, but as you can imagine, being the person I am and the passion I have for school, it was kind of hard to get some sleep in, so I didn't really go to bed until 4 a.m. Anyway, students started their day off in advisory, then visited each of their classes for 25-minute periods. The remainder of the week operated in a similar fashion. Students would attend an assembly based on grade level in the morning and then attend classes from there. As you can see up here, this is the sample schedule for the opening week of BHS 2023 to 2024. We got to spend a lot of time in advisory and really get to know other people in that group. You could feel the excitement in the air and the promise of a blank slate as soon as you entered the doors to BHS. I, for one, can attest to loving my classes and teachers this year, and I am very excited to finish my high school career off on a strong note. However, for as much as the start to school should and would be a joyous occasion, excessive heat put a damper on a lot of our happiness. As you can see from this screenshot, it has been hot for quite a while, especially last week. I think by now everyone's heard that it has been the hottest year on record this year, and that extends to the environment at school. While the newer part of the building is cooler than the older part, even our dehumidifier systems haven't been enough to alleviate the impacts of heat. As you can see in the next couple of slides, these are pictures of thermostats taken at BHS. Temperatures are in the low to high 80s, and if you go to the next slide, thank you, you'll see that some temperatures even break 90. Obviously, this should not be happening, and I could go on and speak on behalf of the people at BHS who have righteously complained about the heat, but why not bring those people and share their perspectives right now on video?
The thing about climate change is I think this problem is going to get worse, not better. So I think it's really just a matter of when, not whether you're going to put air conditioning in all the rooms. So yeah, you can sort of choose to let people suffer for a few more years and kick the can down the road, or you can fix it now. I think is the choice.
Great, thank you, Mr.
In the old part of the building, it's definitely a mess, and everyone is kind of just melting.
I know you run cross country. What has it been like for you this past week?
Oh, it's been rough. Although we've had worse days in the middle of the summer, the height of the summer. There were days that were worse for sure, but it's been pretty bad.
Do you think this is normal for a fall season for it to be this hot?
No, I don't think so. Around now, I mean, August is usually pretty hot, but September, early September, it usually cools off a bit, and it doesn't. Shouldn't. I don't think it should be breaking like 90 degrees really, or even 87 really. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Paula.
We have had teachers come down to our teaching lab because it's too hot to teach in their classrooms. And then I hear from other teachers, and we've actually documented the temperatures in many of the rooms. It's close to 90 degrees, so I think it's very difficult to teach. A friend of mine said that for our younger kids in the elementary schools, she jokingly said, well, we should tell those students this is a teaching moment because in your future, there's not going to be any air conditioning. Very fatalistic, but perhaps true.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Okay. Another development in the BHS community has been the implementation of several new rules, including the tardy policy. This new rule stipulates that after 4 tardies, students will receive detention. The exact punishments for certain quantities of tardies are shown above. Additionally, new rules concerning personal electronic devices, or PEDs, have been put in place, making it so that students cannot use electronic devices in classes without the explicit authorization of an instructor. Many students have opinions about these new rules, and those I've talked to have cited the long walks to 22 Tappan and lengthy commutes as challenges that incur consequences like those of the no tardy rule. However, only time will tell how students and teachers will be impacted by these rules. Despite the many challenges we're facing as a school community right now, there are some glimmers of fun and surface throughout. For example, we had our club fair today. 60+ clubs showed up with the high school's quadrangle and recruited new members with colorful posters, pamphlets galore, and a panoply of all sorts of candy imaginable. Shown here are members of APAC and the club leaders of BHS Artistry. As you can see, it was definitely a fun time. Well, that's all for now. Until next time, I'm Laura Clevis, and have a nice night.
Thank you very much, Laura, for that presentation. Ellen, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I know what the club fair is, but other people may not. So maybe you can just explain a little more what happens there and why we have it at this time of year?
Of course. So at the start of the year, many club leaders at BHS decide to basically put their clubs on display and recruit new members, especially freshmen and sophomore and even juniors who haven't even gotten a chance to explore an extracurricular activity within school, during X block, or out of school. So the club fair is really there to show students that school isn't just a place to learn, it's also a place to cultivate your passions.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anyone else? Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Laura. What is the new BHS policy on PEDs?
The policy is that you are not allowed to use a personal electronic device without the explicit authorization of a teacher. For example, if your teacher says, oh, in French class, you can use your phone to search up conjugations of a verb or something, well, that would be allowed. But things like having headphones in during class or being on your phone during instruction or during classwork when it's not mandated, those would fall under the no PED rule.
Are there any restrictions on bringing the device into the classroom, like having it in your bag?
Yes, you would have to have it in your bag or put it away before class. I know in my climate science class, my teacher makes us all put our phones in this little caddy-like contraption, so yeah.
Do any teachers or classrooms have those pouches?
Yeah, they do have the pouches,
Okay.
yeah,
Thanks.
no problem.
And so what do the students think about that?
Um,
Or what do you think about that? Maybe that's a better question.
I definitely agree with the intent. I think that school is definitely a place where you want to learn and you want to be concentrated on the education you're receiving. I hope that the students around me and my peers do understand that that is the intent and that this isn't the school trying to crack down on the use of electronic devices. I don't think that's that at all. I think this is an attempt to get us to concentrate on our work, definitely.
I agree. Thank you.
David Murray has her hand raised.
Mariah, go ahead.
Thanks, and thanks, Laura, for the presentation and welcome back. I have 2 questions about the policy. I presume it doesn't apply to laptops. Is that correct?
Well, laptops would fall under electronics that would be authorized for use. Yeah, so if a teacher says, okay, let's get out our laptops to see this assignment on Canvas or Google Classroom, then yes, we would use our computers in class.
Mariah, are you asking about laptops as assistive devices?
Well, basically, I guess my question is for people who prefer to write in laptops instead of on notebooks, are they having to get special permission?
I know that in all my classes right now, we are not allowed to take notes on the computer. I think that especially this year, I know in my AP Human Geo class, my teacher, and I do agree with this, wants us to take all our notes on hand, by hand rather, to help us learn and also to avoid the use of ChatGPT, which I think is, I mean, it's smart, I think, and it's relevant, you know, that we return to how things kind of used to be, in order to maximize our learning. But I think with that, you know, students who do need accommodations, that's definitely, you know, there definitely are people who do need accommodations. And well, I, in my experience, have not seen any of that. I would hope that a teacher would know when to accommodate for a student's needs, because obviously students deserve to learn the best way they can. And if they need to use their computer to take notes, I think that should be supported.
Linus, does the policy, independent of people who actually have accommodations in their IEP, does the policy contemplate just being able to use your laptop to take notes independent of any accommodation?
I
I don't know if
think
Jody's here either. That was a question for Linus, Laura, not Dr. Guillory,
so
not
sorry.
you.
I'm
That's
so
okay.
sorry.
Mariah, I will check on that and verify, but I believe this was more around cell phones.
Okay.
Yep.
And then my second question is also for you, Linus, is about the tardy policy and to what extent, given that tardies and sort of all kinds of school absences are related to other things going on. I know on the slide it said that at the third, perhaps there's a call home. I'm just wondering to what extent there are other systems being deployed before detention as well.
Again, I will follow up with BHS on
Okay.
those specifics and get back to the committee.
Thank you, because I think it would be great to understand the positive interventions before the punitive ones too. Thanks.
Anyone else? All right, Laura, do you want to tell us a little bit about your internship?
Definitely. I got to meet Senator Markey and do many errands for senators on the Democratic side of the Senate. One thing about my job was not only was I sponsored by Senator Markey, but the particular nature of my job meant that I would be delivering messages to and retrieving water for senators on the Democratic side. I got to meet many senators. I even got to go to the State of the Union, which was definitely one of the highlights of my experience, I would say. And yeah, overall, I learned a lot during the day. I would wake up at 5 a.m. I would go to school at 6 and classes at, if the Senate was in session at like 10 a.m., I would leave classes at 8:45 to go and clock in at 9. But if the Senate wasn't in session until say 11 or 3 p.m., I would clock in at 9:45. It was definitely very stressful, you know, having to manage my time in a way that allowed me to not only perform my duties, but also keep on keeping on as a student and maintaining the same level of focus I would for my classes here, there, especially considering that waking up that early in the morning wasn't something I was used to. But I think I adjusted well, and I think that the experience, besides being one that taught me a lot about the nature of American politics, was one that really, I think, prepared me for college and for life beyond school. Yes.
I'm glad you enjoyed the experience.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we will now move to the superintendent's report. Dr. Guillory? Oh, I'm sorry, Natalia, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, David, and thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to acknowledge the presentation addressed heat and climate change, and I think that's, you know, as we've heard from other parents and others, I just want to acknowledge that that is an issue that I'm hoping that Stephen, maybe the sustainability group can start thinking about, kind of forward looking around a heat policy, because they are, you know, heat days are going to become much more frequent given climate change. And from a public health perspective, obviously, we can draw in some expertise from the health department to advise us to craft a policy looking to the future. But I just want to acknowledge that that was raised, and thank you for raising it.
All right, so now we'll move to the superintendent's report. Dr. Guillory.
Thank you and good evening to everyone. I'm going to do something a little different this year. Not an uh-oh moment. But in discussing with the senior team, we realized that in an effort to build broader transparency and connectivity, it's important for as much as we can to give you all glimpses, more glimpses into our day-to-day work. And I realized that going into my third year, typically my opening remarks you all don't get to hear unless you happen to be at one of the schools. So I apologize to the staff in advance that have already heard this, but I thought it would be great for the community to hear the opening remarks that we delivered at each of the schools' opening convocation, and then from there go into the introduction of our new staff and the rest of the remainder of the superintendent's report. So with that, welcome to the 23-24 school year. Students are our why. Our theme for the year blossoms out of the theme adopted during my first 2 years as superintendent. Students are our why, ensuring a high-quality education, fostering a culture of care, removing barriers, and grounding all decisions in equity. As we embark on the exciting journey of a new school year, we are filled with a sense of purpose and anticipation. This year holds special significance as we celebrated the 60th anniversary of the historic March on Washington, a monumental event that ignited the flames of change and illuminated the path toward justice and equality. Just as those visionary leaders of the past rallied for a better tomorrow, we too stand united in pursuit of a brighter future for each and every one of our students. So this year, this is my little guy who took a trip to DC. Margarita and Linus III went to DC, but unbeknownst to them, it was the 60th anniversary weekend. So he was going down with the intent solely of engaging with the monuments, and they walked into history, a historical experience. And so you now see him with his Washington, D.C. bucket hat on, and he grabs that now anytime we go out. But this was just such a positive experience for him to engage, hear Dr. King's son and grandchildren share their remarks about Dr. King's vision and how it's been deferred or elongated, but at the same time participate in the recreation of the march itself. And so we continue to unpack that with the little guy. The echoes of the march reverberate through time, through the chambers of time, reminding us of the power of unity, courage, and unwavering determination. As we reflect on this historic milestone, let us reaffirm our commitment to fostering learning environments that value diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our classrooms are not just spaces of education, they are sanctuaries of empowerment where dreams take flight, passions find purpose, voices are amplified, and excellence is sought. In this pursuit of excellence, we understand that a high-quality education is not just about the physical space of classrooms, it's what happens inside those classrooms, the magic that our educators create that empowers students to think critically, question boldly, and to create fearlessly. Our classrooms extend beyond physical spaces for learning. They are hubs of innovation where curiosity is nurtured and possibilities are limitless. As we know from history, education has the power to dismantle barriers and pave the way for progress. We must ensure that our system, this great district, works for each and every student, each and every day, while also ensuring that this is an environment where our practitioners are able to grow and thrive. Students are our why. They are the heartbeat of our educational community. With each step we take, we build upon the legacy of those who came before, propelling us toward a future where every individual is recognized for their unique strengths and perspectives. Just as the marchers of 60 years ago united under a common goal, we too are united in our dedication to nurturing student growth, sparking student curiosity and guiding them on paths to becoming compassionate global citizens. In the spirit of the March's vision, let's embrace this year with open hearts and open minds. Let's strive for excellence, not only in academics, but also in empathy. Let's celebrate our differences while finding common ground. Let's remember that every challenge is an opportunity to learn, to adapt, and to emerge stronger. I also shared with staff that each year, my little guy has started giving me a gift before school year. My first year, he gave me a pair of Mickey Mouse socks that I proudly wore on the first day of school. Last year, he gave me a Rubik's Cube, which is currently sitting on my desk unopened and untouched because it's perfectly solved. And this year, I didn't see any gifts coming into the house. So I was watching all the Amazon packages, and I know where all the hiding places are, so I was monitoring those over the course of the summer, but I didn't get anything. But when he returned from Washington, he came over and he handed me a blue box. And so I said, well, what is this? He said, well, it's your gift. And so as I'm opening, he said, well, we wanted to give you a U.S. flag because you don't have a U.S. flag. So they picked out a U.S. flag lapel pin. And Margarita went to the register to pay for it. And off he runs in the store. This is in D.C. And he comes back with a Texas lapel pin. I said, well, I thought you wanted to give me a flag. What? He's like, but you're, I said, why did you give me a Texas pin? We live in Massachusetts now. He says, well, Daddy, isn't it obvious? You're from Texas. You exude all things Texas. And so as I went around on the visits, I had my boots on and all of those types of things. So it was a nice connection, but it's this notion. But what it did for me is it let us know about while we have our differences, we are who we are, and we have to bring our authentic selves to the workplace each and every day. And so that's what I hope that served as a little bit of inspiration, as it did for my little guy saying, I was all things Texas. This year, let us be guided by the lessons of the past and aspirations of the future. Let us embrace the diversity that enriches our classrooms and hallways, for it is through diverse perspectives that we truly learn, grow, and evolve. Let us be fearless in the face of challenges, for it is through adversity that we develop the resilience that defines greatness. As we stand at the crossroads of history and possibilities, let us dare to dream, let us dare to learn, let us dare to make a difference for each and every individual we encounter. Together, let's march forward with vision, courage, and a steadfast belief in the power of education to shape a world where equality and justice prevail. Here's to a remarkable school year ahead, one that honors our past, embraces our present, and paves the way for an even brighter future. Let's march on hand in hand towards excellence in education and equity for all. And so, again, that's the message that we are looking to, the promise that we're looking to bring home or bring to light as we go through the year. On the screen is a picture, a couple of slides that you'll see now that reflect on our opening days. This was our August leadership that we have each year. We've held the past few years at BU, where we bring all the district leaders, administrators together for a summit, a day-long summit. And you see here, David is making his opening remarks to the group. Our opening days of school, lots of happy faces and places, as Laura pointed to, but then was quickly a little cloud came over, certainly with the heat, and so we'll be working to address that with our town partners and community partners as well. But lots of happy kids on the first day. I was able to get around to all of the buildings, and now I'm making my way around to visiting the various BEEP locations as well. Now we're going to get into the highlight of my portion of the presentation with announcing our leadership staffing changes. So with that, I know a number of our folks are here, so I'm going to present. I think I'll do the PowerPoint presentation, and then we'll go through and have each of our leaders that are here with us tonight make some remarks to the committee and allow the committee to ask any questions that you may have. First up, we have Astrid Allen, who's serving as the BHS Dean of Students in grades 9 and 11. Astrid served as Associate Dean of Students for the class of 2023 for the past 2 years and has been involved with the BHS faculty since 2007, primarily teaching Spanish. Ms. Allen has also served as the program liaison for the BHS Innovation Fund since 2015 and launched other program initiatives such as the Day of Racial Reform and Solidarity. Next up, we have Dr. Anna Bauer McTeague. She is a Director of Special Education for Baker, Lawrence, and Ruffin Ridley. She's the former Director of Special Education at Bridge Boston Charter School. Since 2009, Dr. Bauer McTeague oversaw and developed several strategic plans and special education initiatives, including consultation with DESE and the Michigan Department of Education. We have next up Ms. Vanessa Balelo. I think you all have met Vanessa, but we are reintroducing her to everyone. She is our new principal of Lawrence School. She was the principal of Hopkins Elementary in Hopkinton, Massachusetts for the past 7 years, earning the Winslow Coin, I always mess this up, Vanessa, Red Newer Excellence in Education Award for exemplary performance in U.S. schools in 2019. Mrs. Balelo first taught at PSB as an assistant teacher and special education intern for Lawrence and Lincoln schools while pursuing her master's at Boston College. We have Ms. Robin Fabiano, Director of Special Education at BHS. She previously served as Head of Student Services for Westwood Public Schools since 2012. Ms. Fabiano was also the co-director of Elementary Student Services at Newton Public Schools as well. She also serves as an adjunct professor at Lesley University and co-hosts a podcast titled A Special Education Teacher, Administrator, and Lawyer Walk into a Bar. Dr. Jody Fortuna, you all know, as our Deputy of Teaching and Learning, formerly served in Boston Public Schools as an academic response team director, academic superintendent, as well as other roles. She also served as superintendent in Hudson Public Schools from 2014 to 17. Dr. Fortuna brings experience in curriculum development, academic performance, coaching, and mentoring. We have Ms. Clara Galloway Jones, and the committee met her over the summer at our last committee retreat, I believe. She previously served as the Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging in Milton Public Schools. Prior to Milton, Ms. Galloway Jones was the Medco Program Director with Sharon and Bedford Schools. Claire has a special connection to Brookline through her older sister, who was one of the first students to join the Medco program when it launched in 1966, and her sister attended BHS during that time. Claire was also a Medco student herself, traveling by bus from Mattapan to attend Lincoln Public Schools. Ms. Emma Gardner is the new vice principal at Ruffin Ridley. She most recently served as assistant principal at Chelsea High School. She has 20 years of teaching experience, including special education, wellness, and as a track and field coach. Dr. Susan Givens, you all know, she's the Deputy of Administration and Finance, previously served as the Director of Lab Strategic Initiatives for the Lab Collaborative, and as Superintendent in Newmarket, New Hampshire. Dr. Givens brings over 30 years of educational experience to her new role and currently served as an undergraduate applicant interviewer for the University of Pennsylvania. Dr. Jen Martin, she is now the Social Studies Curriculum Director at BHS, Curriculum Coordinator at BHS, serving grades 9 through 12. She previously served BHS in a variety of roles since 2005, including Summer School Director, Program Coordinator for Advisory, Teaching Mentor, Teacher of Ancient, Modern, and World History. Dr. Martin is currently working to update the African American History curriculum, for Primary Source, a professional development organization based in Massachusetts. Ms. Rebecca McCabe is a Director of Special Education for Heath, Lincoln, and Runkle. She previously served as the Early Childhood Coordinator in Dedham Public Schools and as the Out-of-District Coordinator in Burlington Public Schools. She has 12 years of special education classroom teaching experience, including certification as an Orton-Gillingham practitioner for the treatment of dyslexia. Marianne O'Grady is a vice principal at Ruffin Ridley. She previously served as the director of the lower school for the Acera School in Winchester. She has 11 years of leadership experience serving nonprofit organizations both domestically and abroad. Mr. Saeed Ola is the interim principal of Baker School. Since 2015, Mr. Ola served as vice principal of Ruffin Ridley. He has taught middle school math and social studies at Runkle and served as a Metco aide. In 2018, Mr. Ola helped lead the FRR school renaming process, including vetting and support for student selections within denominations. Mr. Chad Pelton is the new vice principal at Runkle School. He previously served as the director of the lower school. No, this is incorrect. He previously served as the science teacher at Runkle School. Mr. Pelton was one of 6 teachers who managed to explore the Norwegian Arctic as a Grosvenor Teaching Fellow. Mr. Tam Tran is our director of the Office of Strategy and Performance here at Central Office. He joined us last year from Lowell Public Schools, where he served as a system and database administrator and assistant business officer. He holds a bachelor's in finance and enjoys camping, hiking, and exploring the great outdoors. Ms. Candace Whitmore is our interim principal at Ruffin Ridley. She previously served as the principal of Hale Elementary School in Boston and was an assistant principal in Watertown Public School. She has 6 years of administrative experience, 9 years of teaching elementary grades, in Nashville, Baton Rouge, and Madison, Wisconsin. During her tenure at Watertown, Ms. Whitmore was a member of the district's equity team and launched their Parents of Color Advisory Council. And last but not least, we have Ms. Summer Williams. She's the BHS Dean of Students in grades 10 and 12. She served as the interim Dean of Students for the past 2 years and has been involved with the BHS faculty since 2004, teaching drama and other performing arts. She co-founded Boston's Company One Theater in 1998 and most recently directed a performance of the Rocky Horror Picture Show at Boston College in the spring of 2022. And with that, I will stop sharing screen and allow each of our team members to make a few remarks. And then how do we want to do this? Do we want everyone to speak and then allow the committee to ask questions, or do you all want to do it as we go along?
As we go along, makes more sense.
Okay.
Just because otherwise
You lose it. Okay, so I will start us off. Robin, you're the first person I see on my screen, so I'm going to try to do this and not miss anyone.
Hi, it's nice to be here. And I started in July 1st and have been working with the senior cabinet at BHS to prepare for the opening of school. We spent a lot of energy hiring staff, so we are prepared to start the school year, and also moving special education files from Clark Road to the high school, and then also focusing on some other strategic issues going on at the high school. And everyone has been really supportive and welcoming, and I'm happy to be here.
Any questions for Robin? Robin, did you share that you are a BHS alum?
I didn't, but I did graduate from Brookline High School, and my sister and my brother did also.
What elementary school?
I went to the Runkle Elementary School, and then my brother went to Pierce. And here's a fun fact. I think I was the last student to be double promoted in Brookline. But I'm not positive on this, but I think so.
I know one who was single promoted, not double. Double is amazing.
All righty, thank you, Robin. Mary Ann, you're next on my screen.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time and energy. I'm Mary Ann O'Grady, and I'm at FRR as the vice principal for 3rd through 5th grade. And it's been a really great start to the year. We have a fantastic building, and we have lots of new administrations. So we're really leaning in, sort of holding each other up as the new routines get established with all of the students and teachers. And we're really thankful to Steve, who's a vice principal that's been there for leading us the way. And we really appreciate Candace Whitmore for her real great energy and vision of really, pulling the school together and having a really large community. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Any questions for Mary Ann? Dr. McTeague, you're next on my screen.
Good evening. I have been in Brookline now since July 1st, and like Robin said, we've spent a lot of time hiring, but also team forming. And I Baker and Lawrence have been principals, and it has been really wonderful start. Especially all my life.
Anna, we're not hearing you very well.
Can you hear me now?
I think it's almost as if it's going out in and out. Try it again. Now you're on mute, Anna.
Is this better?
Yes.
I'll hold the computer right in front of my face. I guess I think the highlight for me this year is going to be working with some really fantastic teams. For me, special education is something that cannot be done in the isolation from our gen ed partners. And I'm really excited to work on the agendas of equity and inclusion with all of the different teams in Brookline. So thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to the work we have to do.
Thank you, Anna. So, go ahead, Helen.
Just one quick question, Anna. I'm sorry, you're seeing the back of my head, but I can see you better on this screen. I'm wondering, in the little blurb that Dr. Guillory said, you worked for the Michigan Department of Education, and I'm wondering what you did there.
Several things. I was working with a group that was really working on ways to have more inclusive policy. Some of that work started with the Urban Special Education Leadership Collaborative at EDC with David Riley, and then continued on smaller contracted pieces where I really helped them map out strategic plans that were meant to be 3, 5, 10 years of work over time. We also had a project called Addressing Accessibility in Middle School Mathematics, which Brookline teachers actually participated in. This was a while ago. And we tried scaling up the professional development in the state of Michigan. So that was a separate piece where I'd go in and do more trainer of trainers there to have them to be able to work with their teams of teachers to provide more inclusive mathematics education.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McTeague. Next up, Mr. Ola.
Hello, everybody. It's good to see all of you. Saeed Ola. I'm the interim principal at Baker, and been a great start to the year. I've been meeting a lot of students, a lot of staff, learning a lot about what makes Baker great. Helen, it's great to see you again at the second administrator roast. You and I first met way back when I started as a VP in at FRR, and we had an opportunity to have this session, so it's good to meet you and for round two. But yeah, it's been a great year so far.
Awesome. Any questions for Saeed?
It's good to see you, and I'm glad that you have this position. Congratulations.
Awesome. Next up, Ms. Belalo.
Hi again, it's great to see you. Thank you for welcoming me back. Last time I had barely stepped foot into Lawrence, and how different it looks. So that's one of my first discoveries, having been there in 97. It's definitely a much bigger school. And so I'm still getting used to all the hallways there, but it's been wonderful to join the community and see the excitement of the kids. Really, the first days of school have been very busy, but I have a great team of educators over at Lawrence that have been fantastic to work with and really welcoming to me, as is the rest of the community, of course. The big excitement was we re-entered our cafeteria, which it has not been occupied really for the last 4 years. And it is a small space for a school that's now 620 children. So that's been scheduling and hiring were a big part of my summer. And it's been actually really exciting for me. My favorite part of the day is helping our kindergartners choose chocolate or plain milk. And so if you ask me my highlight today, that I try to make sure I get down there for last lunch to do chocolate or plain milk for kindergarten. And having not had kindergartners at my last school, I had been warned that it was going to be my joy. And right now that is my joy. It is great to be with kindergarten. I start my day greeting them at the front door and doing it at lunch. And it really helps, make some of the other parts of our job that are more challenging a little bit easier.
Thank you, Vanessa. Any questions for Vanessa? Next up, we have Ms. Whitmore.
All right. Hello. Thank you for having me this evening. I'm so excited to be here. I'm happy to be here and welcome on 2 of my new admin that are on this call. And so with us being a new admin team this year, we just started the year on team building. Our opening days, we really got to know the teachers and also having 15-minute listening sessions and just really getting to know what teachers love about the school and ways that we can improve. And then I've also extended this to parents now. So I'm having parent meetings. I had my first parent coffee this past Friday, and it was amazing. Over 200 parents showed up, excited about the year. And so we're starting off really well. So thank you for having me.
Awesome. Thank you, Candace. Any questions for Candace? Next up, the committee has met Claire Galloway Jones, but we will like her to introduce herself to the community.
Good evening. Again, I am Claire Galloway Jones. I am the new Senior Director of Educational Equity. I am starting this September my 27th year in education, and I'm really excited to be starting it at Brookline Public School, Public Schools of Brookline. I have to get that straight, that correction. I started on July 1. It's been an exciting summer, just team building with the senior leadership team. My onboarding this summer has been great with just getting out there and getting out to the schools, but also spending some time with the senior leadership and doing some professional development. Just really excited, kind of picking up what Dr. Gilroy said, with the March on Washington, the 60th anniversary. As I think about MECO, I'm a MECO alum. My sister came through Brookline. This is the 57th year of MECO in Brookline, which is a huge statement that says, Brookline has been committed to educational equity for a really long time. We still have a lot of work to do, but we know that the foundation is there. And I'm just really excited to partner with everyone on the call and the community and looking forward to a really strong year ahead.
Thank you, Claire. Next up.
Just quick question. Hi, I just want to know if there's anyone else in the Office of Educational Equity yet, or if it's just you right now, Claire.
It's still me.
Okay, thanks.
Next up, we have Miss Rebecca McCabe.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to be here tonight. I am the new Director of Special Education. I'm supporting the Runkle, Heath, and Lincoln schools. I started here in Brookline in July, and I've spent the first few months here really trying to just learn the district and build relationships with people around me. So I've really enjoyed meeting the Office of Student Services team, the administrative team, and now that school's back in session, meeting all of the teachers and teams in each of my buildings. I'm really looking forward to collaborating with all of the teams in my buildings. And something I'm particularly excited about is supporting the specialized programs that live in each of the schools I support, really working with those teams and kiddos and looking to just really build and increase inclusive opportunities for students. So I felt extremely welcomed since I've come here and very included. It's definitely been a busy start to the year, definitely a different job now that the kids are back, but it's exciting and I'm looking forward to a great school year.
Thank you, Becky. Next up, Dr. Jen Martin.
All right. Hi, everyone. I think many of you already know me. I've been here before. So I would just first of all, shout out to Laura. One of my jobs, besides being the new curriculum coordinator for social studies, is that I also am the faculty liaison to BHS government, which includes legislature, which Laura is on and has done such an amazing job since freshman year representing her classmates. And I just want to take the opportunity and tell you, I think you can tell, but she spends so much time interviewing kids, making sure she brings you truly like the best information she can find from a diverse group of kids. So I just like Laura Cottier. I often watch her reports and I just want to say you did an amazing job. I'm excited to be here. It's year 19 for me at Brookline High School. I love working here. My own kids are in the materials fee program. They went through Pierce. I've got an 8th grader at Pierce. I've got a junior at Brookline High School. So I really have like all my eggs in the Brookline basket, as it were. And it's an honor to be the coordinator for teachers who I've worked with for literally almost 2 decades. And I think we have the best department in the entire school district. So, if you can present me a different one, I'd be willing to debate it because social studies. So also, I just want to say, side note, I also run summer school and we had a great summer. I think Jody's going to have to present a little bit on summer things, but I just want to say we had an amazing summer with our kids. So all around, great start of the year. I will admit that Laura is right. The heat was a big challenge. I would be remiss to not mention that was something we were all dealing with. And as someone who helps teachers get into their rooms and, help problem solve and stuff, it's definitely something that I am excited to hear that you all are also concerned about. But otherwise, great start to the year. So thanks for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Helen?
I wanted to welcome you to your new position and congratulate you, Jen. I think it's wonderful when we can promote people from within and into administrative positions. It just speaks well to the system that we're able to nurture and help teachers to if they desire to become administrators. So thank you for doing this.
Oh, I appreciate it, Helen. I'm excited also to keep working on our ongoing project here to maybe continue some of the cool work you've done with the museum and whatnot. So I'm honored, honestly, so excited to be doing the job and to continue the work that Gary Schiffman started. So yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Miss Emma Gardner.
Good evening, members of the school committee. So very glad to be here. Let me apologize right now, though, for my camera being off. I am experiencing some Wi-Fi issues that's slowing it down. But anyhow, I am a 24. I have 24 years of a professional experience in education. 7 of those years at the high school level, 13 of them at the middle school level, and the others basically adult learners, most notably collegiate sports at WPI, and other experiences at therapeutic school settings. So in that regard, I'm really excited to be at the Floridia Ruffin Ridley School. I'm really excited about the team. I couldn't have dreamt of a better team. And the principal, Ms. Whitmore, is truly an amazing role model, leader, and she's very talented. And I am truly blessed to be working under her supervision.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. And last but not least, a face that you all know already, Dr. Susan Givens. You want to say hi again to the community?
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. It's been quite the journey since July, but I'm really excited to help move forward all the good work that's going on in the schools and in the public schools of Brookline. So look forward to working with you this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And with that, we're going to go back to the presentation for a few more slides. You saw Tricia Laham online. So Tricia, I'm going to pass these next two over to you.
Great, thank you. Nice to be here with all of you. Brookline nurses and I are really happy and excited to be back at school this year and wanted to just share some of our updated health and COVID protocols. We continue to partner with the Brookline Health Department. We have a very strong relationship with them, which we've had for many years, and that continues. I spoke with them during the summer, and we collaborated on our protocols. Ours are very much in line with what the health department has posted and shared pretty broadly. So we are continuing with our very familiar mitigation strategies, which are important: staying home when ill, good hand washing, testing when symptomatic of COVID. We're utilizing air filters in our classrooms. We are encouraging folks to stay up to date with the flu and COVID vaccines. We are also following the CDC requirement that if you test positive for COVID, you stay home and isolate for 5 days. You can return to school on day 6. You should mask until day 10, unless you should test negative somewhere between day 5 and 10. You would not need to mask. The health department is offering several flu clinics available to Brookline residents, students, and staff. Registration is required. Some of our nurses will support them and administer vaccines as they need any help. The dates are here: Wednesday, October 4th, 4:30 to 6:30 at Baker; Sunday, October 15th, 9 to 12 in the high school; and Tuesday, October 17th, 4:30 to 6:30 at the Ridley. They will start to do COVID vaccines once they become available. We know that the new vaccine was just approved. We expect it to be available in pharmacies and things maybe by the end of this week. The health department will be contracting with another company that will come in and help administer those. So we'll keep you posted on that.
All right, Trish, is there anything else you'd like to share with the community?
I guess I would just say that we're really excited to be back at school, and we're hoping for a pretty normal school year health-wise. We do know and expect that we're going to see increased cases of COVID in the fall, just as we do with flu and other respiratory illnesses. And so adhering to our mitigation strategies, getting vaccinated are really our keys to staying as healthy as we possibly can. The health protocols, the welcome back to school letter, all those things are on the Public Schools of Brookline website. There's a link to the health website. Jana Young and Brianna Cormos, the nurses at Ridley, worked with Mike Chan last year and created a new website that's really nice and easy to access information. We're doing our best to keep that current with information.
Thank you, Trish. Go ahead, Steve.
Hi, thanks, Thanks very much. Just two quick questions. One, I just want to confirm the policy that you just said. So a negative test after the 5-day quarantine means no masking. Is that what you said?
No masking required.
No masking required. Okay, there's definitely mixed messages going around the schools on this topic. Has that been fully communicated to the schools, or can that be perhaps reinforced to the schools?
I'm hoping that a communication went out yesterday at all schools. If it didn't, it will go out tomorrow, but we did send that
Okay.
out, just reiterating that message.
Okay, thank you very much. And another question is, what's the policy on known exposure, but asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic, but with a negative test?
Known exposure, you may come to school. We would recommend that if you are symptomatic with a known exposure, you should get tested. If you are symptomatic in general, we would strongly recommend masking, but that we are not requiring that.
But is quarantine a policy for known exposure with mild or no symptoms?
There is no quarantine anymore. So there's isolation if you test positive, the 5-day isolation, but there's no more quarantine.
Isolation being that you can stay in school, but you're isolated from your peers, or isolation meaning that you're sent home?
Isolation is that you are home, as isolated as you can be within your home for the full 5 days. The quarantine was that period of distancing
Thanks.
from others.
Thanks for clarifying that for me. Sorry, so the policy of known exposure with mild to no symptoms is what again? Is isolation or no?
No.
Is no. Okay, thank you.
Any other, go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, thank you for all of this. I appreciate your presentation, and it's important for us to remember that COVID's still out there. I'm wondering if you have any sense of the numbers of students who might have missed school in this first week or week and a half? Or are we keeping numbers of kids who, keeping statistics on numbers of kids who aren't?
We are, if you're speaking COVID specifically, we are not tracking as we had done in the past. We are paying attention, obviously, as we would for any illness, any communicable or contagious illness. So I know that we've had roughly 35 individuals that we know who had COVID since school began.
That's a very small percentage considering the number
Right.
of students we have. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I
Sure.
appreciate it. Thank you and all your nurses for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Natalia?
Thanks, Tricia, so much for everything you're doing. I was just wondering, do you have tests still available at schools if a student does, become symptomatic at school? Do you test them to send them home, or what do you do?
We are not testing anymore. If a student is symptomatic, we will send them home. We have a few test kits, probably a few at each school, that have not expired. There was an extension on the expiration date. So we have I don't know how many, we have a few at each school. So if we have it at that school, we would send a test kit home that the student and parent could test at home, but we are no longer doing that at school.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else?
All right, thank you, Trish.
My pleasure.
Lisa, I'm going to pass the mic over to you for the next set of slides.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guillory, and good evening, everybody. It's great to be back. I am speaking to the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. The Brookline Youth Risk Behavior Survey was conducted last May for grades 6 through 12 in partnership with the Department of Public Health and Human Services, and we appreciate our community connection. We're inviting members of the community to attend a BPS presentation on September 27th. And Dr. Dubois and I will be presenting data trends and themes. And we have panelists who will be answering questions. As way of review, parents and guardians were notified in advance of the May administration and offered an opportunity to review every question of the survey as well as the opportunity to opt out. Originally created by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, this YRBS survey is a biannual tool, just by way of review, that communities throughout the state and country use to better understand the prevalence of youth behavior that most influences their health and safety. And this anonymous survey includes questions about technology use, nutrition and physical activity, use of nicotine, alcohol, other drug use, as well as questions about their emotional experiences and access to protective factors. The information that children provide through the YRBS has been vital and is vital in helping schools like the public schools of Brookline create and refine programming that will support their self-confidence, self-advocacy, and responsible decision-making skills. I think I created one more slide, Dr. Guillory, if you don't mind. Great. And so our event coming up next week, parents and guardians will receive an invitation with a registration form to attend on September 27th, 7 to 8:30 at Brookline High. And as I've already said, I will do an introduction, and Dr. Dubois, our Senior Director of Clinical Services and Social Emotional Learning, will provide a summary of our YRBS results specific to Brookline. We've also invited panelists that will take questions and provide answers as part of the evening. Dr. Von Hahn, our developmental behavioral pediatrician, Rachel Hennessy-Kroll from the Brookline Center, Sigal Rice, our very own Director, Public Health and Human Services, a representative from the Brookline Police Department, our very own wonderful Tricia Laham, Coordinator of School Health Services, and Carla Ianigama, our K-12 Coordinator for Wellness. So we're very excited to offer this informative evening for our family members, and look forward to it. Would you prefer that I take?
I'm sorry, Lisa, there's a question for you.
One quick
A
question,
couple of
Lisa.
questions.
Will this also be streamed, or is it only in person?
It's in person.
Okay. Thank
One
you.
more question, Lisa. Will Matt or you provide the data to us at another meeting?
Yes, we are scheduled to provide, I think, to do a presentation on October 12th. I
Okay,
think
thank you.
originally we were presenting on the 28th of September, but I think that's been shifted for a variety of reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa, this is Suzanne. Do we have data as well at the national level or the state level? Or is it
We
only?
absolutely do, yes. And we will provide a balcony view so that it will provide context for drilling down on what's happening in our community with our students.
And will we have a sense of what things we're doing really well as what
Yes.
our challenges are?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to it.
Any other? I'm just checking for hands here. All right, next up, Lisa, is ESY.
Sure. Switching gears a little bit, but similar to Jen Martin's perspective, it was a great summer. As we are all aware, the district provides extended school year services for eligible special education students. We provided services to 284 eligible students this past summer. The 3 special education coordinators just demonstrated exemplary leadership in creating and facilitating highly individualized summer programs. Just did a wonderful job. Erin Herney provided coordination and oversight for all BEAP programming. Lindsay Strauss provided oversight for all elementary K-8 programming. and Liza Casal provided oversight for all secondary programming grade 9 to age 22. In terms of eligibility, we're all aware of our obligation to ensure that children with disabilities receive a free and appropriate public education, a FAPE. And as part of that mandate, all our IEP teams, including our parents and guardians, consider whether or not a child with special needs requires ESY services. And the purpose of ESY is to minimize regression by offering specialized services that help each child maintain the progress they're making towards IEP goals. Special education services might include specific skill remediation, behavioral or therapeutic support, speech and language, occupational and/or physical therapy, orientation and mobility services, adaptive community engagement activities, and more. And non-academic activities are also included: music therapy, outdoor activities, swimming, therapeutic animal events. Some of our programs provided services for 4 weeks. Some of our programs, based on need, provided programming for students for 5 weeks. We've, as mentioned before, we served 284 students. 37 students ages 3 through 5 participated in BEEP programming, 212 students in K-8, and 35 students in grade 9 through age 22. This second slide really just shows a few happy photos of students participating in the more non-academic aspects of ESY. Our support animal program was a wonderful success, and we are continuing that pilot into the fall with Finn, a therapy dog. And also swimming was a smashing success and very popular this summer. We also offered non-academic activities, as I mentioned, like music therapy, sports, and games. So it really was a wonderful summer, well coordinated, great participation and attendance. And we were just very proud of our students and our staff. It was a great summer.
Mariah?
Thanks, Lisa, for the presentation. I have 2 questions. The first one is, could you talk a little bit about how it went in terms of coordinating ESY with afternoon daycares for people who need full day support during those weeks?
We coordinated on an individual case-by-case basis. We made adaptations in terms of transportation, and as I said, took an individualized approach where needed to accommodate families as needed.
Thank you. So for families who, for example, were at work, there was transportation provided from ESY to rec or other programs?
We did, when requested, we tried to accommodate those kinds of individualized requests.
Okay. Do you have any sense of what percentage or
I don't
that were accommodated?
But I don't, because those kinds of requests would come to me, very few. But we certainly responded when those requests came in.
Okay. My second question is, when we were approving the grant in the spring from the state that I guess partially or perhaps fully funds ESY, I saw it in the terms and conditions, and all of this is through a filter of many months now, so I might be getting some details wrong. But I saw, I believe, in the terms and conditions that ESY typically for state funding has a minimum number of weeks or days to be provided that Brookline is not meeting, but we have a waiver. And if it looks like that isn't familiar to you, but I will forward you the email because I got I asked and got a clarification on this. I believe that Brookline got a waiver and we're supposed to provide like 6 weeks minimum. I think it's 45 days, so whatever that is. And so my question was, what is Brookline doing to actually meet the state standards on ESY? But why don't I follow up with you offline, since that's not something that has come to you. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Natalia?
I just was wondering how many students are eligible for ESY? I mean, it's great, the 280, but how many are actually eligible? And when do parents get informed that their child is eligible? Like, do they know significantly in advance to plan for it, or is it kind of towards the end of the year?
That's a great question. It is part of every IEP team meeting, that formal annual meeting where going through the individualized education program, the team must consider whether a specific student requires extended school year services to prevent regression of skills. And in some cases during that meeting, if that were to happen in December or January, you might make a team determination that you're going to revisit that decision in April or May. But that is all part of that individual educational planning process that looks at the need. So it is need-based.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you very much, Lisa.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Are there any further questions for Dr. Gilley regarding any aspect of the superintendent's report? All right, seeing none, then, oh, go ahead, Stephen.
Dr. Gilley, I wonder if you would say a bit more about the heat. Can you tell us a bit about, thank you for sending, first of all, that communication on the weather conditions and how it affected the classrooms, but can you say a bit about how the district is thinking medium and longer term about capital investments, other ways to prepare for the end of the year? Just, I know we haven't docketed this discussion, but if you can make a few more brief remarks.
Sure thing. So again, we certainly acknowledge the rising temperatures, and we have infrastructure that does not have air conditioned or conditioned air. So Susan, Dr. Givens and I have talked about what we can start doing in the interim as we sunset the old Driscoll School and move into the new Driscoll. How might those units be repurposed in existing spaces? I know the Helen and Mariah will talk a little bit about the capital improvement plan around some of the resources that are allocated there. But certainly looking at our grid. So for example, it's not just a matter of saying, okay, well, let's order ACs and put them in all the schools, because the electrical grid of those schools may not be able to handle it. So I think in some of the short-term spaces is making sure that we have fans in all places. We're looking at where the rooms are the hottest and getting relief to those rooms. And that's working with the building department as well, because my understanding is that they may keep statistics on those as well. So I think that's some of the short term. And then as I'm thinking about the spring, is again revisiting the current heat plans that we have in place. What relief can we put in place for now as we build out longer term plans? And that's working with the town. You know, are there opportunities to bring in cooling stations and those types of things as well? So how might we expand what we've been doing in anticipation for a warmer spring?
Thank you.
Mariah? Fine, okay, go ahead, Helen.
I'll defer to Helen. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, we actually discussed this yesterday. I was going to bring
I was there.
my capital subcommittee meeting. So you heard most of it, but I'll make sure that other people have heard it too. I asked Charlie Simmons about how many schools are, classrooms are air conditioned, what we're doing. It's very clear there's a program that we're trying to do. He has like $200,000 that he gets reimbursed from Mass Save to buy, it's like a repeating cycle of buying new air conditioners for schools. As Dr. Guillory said, for instance, at Heath, the electrical service is not large enough, So in our mini CIP, which we will be discussing a little later, there is money set aside in that piece, if we get it funded by the CIP, to increase the serviceability, the capacity of the electricity at Heath in order to be able to put in new air conditioners. Now, Charlie has over the years, in the top floors of almost all of our school buildings and on the southern facing sides where the heat is the most, put in air conditioners. And then in continuing with that in other schools, he's continued in other rooms that are very hot or that where a student has an IEP. So I think, Mariah, you correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me it was about half of the rooms are either with our conditioned air, like at Ridley, that takes the humidity out of the air and makes the whole school feel comfortable, and or have these mini split systems in the rooms. So yes, there are classrooms that are hot, no doubt, but there are also classrooms that are air conditioned. And we're working at it. It's a work in progress, it's money, and it's time to do it. So those two pieces, but it's not something on the back burner.
Thanks, Helen.
You're welcome.
I wonder if, in addition to a medium and long-term plan like you articulated just now, we might have a short-term plan for the end of the year also, because as you said, it isn't just a comfort issue, it's also a learning issue. And I'm sure we could expect the same problem to reoccur in June at the end of the year. And it's no use having a school year extending into June if learning time is compromised in a significant way. So I wonder if we could at the very least schedule some interim, if we could docket a discussion of interim plan.
I mean, the other thing too is there are large spaces in each school that are air conditioned also. Some of the gyms, almost all the libraries are.
Right, but I don't think that's sufficient for schools to accommodate all the learning time that's
Not all
disrupted
of
by the
it,
heat,
no,
right?
but it does help to sort of cool off, and there are some schools that even have water pads.
I know, I'm not saying that this is a simple problem.
Yeah, no.
I wonder if we could address it transparently and forthrightly, and given that it's going to occur again at the end of the year also.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mariah, did you also want to address this issue?
Just to say that, as was in the message that came out from Linus, each of these schools do have heat emergency plans. And so maybe something to really talk about is to also get more detail on what's already being done and what opportunities to improve the already developed plans that exist and are being deployed. We're not starting from zero. That's, I guess, my point.
Natalia?
I just had a question to Helen or to anyone. I assume the answer is yes, but new construction like Pierce, the new buildings, are they all going to be fully air conditioned, or what is the plan for those?
So the plan right now for Pierce is to do air conditioning. Not the conditioned air. Not the conditioned air. This is what I was told just recently. However, for Driscoll, when we began that 6 years ago, we determined to do the same as Ridley because we had very good experience with Ridley and with the system that works there. I don't know, but to the best of my knowledge, we haven't gotten any complaints from anybody at Ridley. And so that's a system that's more economical, certainly, than putting in full air conditioning. But so that's the answer, Natalia.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, so why don't we move on then to public comment? And our first speaker for public comment is a PSB parent, Ms. Paris.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, yes, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I really just wanted to request an update on the situation with the world language situation with our program. Like, what's the progress with the new hires? What grade levels have access to the studies now? And if not all of them, what is the projected timeline for all of them to be covered? And I'm wondering what's being done to address the issues that teachers brought up that, adding to teacher schedules, grade level curriculum loads, not be included in team meetings. I think I heard something about transition time between sections or between classes being raised. So I was just wondering if there was also specifically going to be any additional contract language for the world language teachers that would remedy these issues, or what the plan is overall, since we lost so many of them, just moving forward with new hires, how it could create a more equitable, sustainable situation.
All right, thank you. Just so that you know, generally with public comments, we don't respond right away, but we hear those questions, and I'm quite confident that data will be forthcoming. Next up, we have Justin Brown, president of the BEU. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody, members of the school committee. It's good to see you virtually. Laura and Superintendent Guillory, and I think they're not here anymore, but also welcome to all of the new administrators who were introduced. I had a chance to meet a lot of them not last week, but 2 weeks ago when we did our opening days. I'm Justin Brown. I'm the president of the Brookline Educators Union, former grade 4 teacher at Lawrence School. I definitely want to take the time to lift all the work that we've done across the district in all our 8 K-8 buildings, our high school, and our 4 offsite pre-K locations to launch the school year. Our members are back in their classrooms, making connections with new students and starting the year. The first full week of classes, however, brought with it a heat wave, a very popular topic of discussion tonight. On Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of last week, members across the district were at school for full days, teaching despite the unsafe temperatures and heat indices recorded. And although a heat emergency wasn't declared for Brookline, the numbers that we saw and Laura presented earlier from our classrooms was all the information we needed. Many of the newer displays in classrooms also display relative humidity, which allows you to calculate quite quickly a heat index reading using the National Weather Service's website. In one room, for instance, a heat index of 98 degrees was recorded. Some of our buildings heat up to unsafe temperatures, and unfortunately, they don't cool down overnight. In fact, I'm still receiving texts just this morning from members showing temperatures that are uncomfortably hot, especially at Lawrence. We strongly believe that excessive heat in our classrooms without adequate access to air conditioning or conditioned air creates unhealthy teaching and learning conditions. An article in the Globe last week listed the many negative effects of excessive heat on students in the classroom, and also mentioned that many medical conditions, including asthma, are exacerbated by exposure to excessive heat. Our Health and Safety Committee, chaired by Michelle Gordon, who's a kindergarten teacher at FRR, is working to understand the complexities of this issue better. We appreciate the efforts of building administrators and members of Brookline's building department to mitigate the worst effects of the heat wave last week. Excessive heat in school buildings with inadequate access to air conditioning is not an issue that is going away. We know that climate change increases both the frequency of heat waves and their intensity, and that this challenge will only grow in the future. This is an issue the BEU has brought to PSB before with little response. Current plans of action during periods of excessive heat are ineffective and inconsistent across the district. I think that was just mentioned. A single room that's air conditioned is not adequate for addressing time on learning needs or the needs of several hundred students. We understand that there are no easy technical solutions to this problem. It's absolutely an adaptive challenge, and we know that there are long-term concerns and short-term needs. The BEU is eager to work with district partners to ensure safe teaching and learning conditions in ways that provide the healthiest environments for our educators and students, help the town and state meet greenhouse gas reduction goals, and fortify a just transition away from fossil fuels. Thanks, everybody.
All right, thank you. And that concludes public comments for tonight. Next up, we have presentations and discussions of current issues. And the first presentation will be by Richard Murphy, town meeting member in Precinct 16, regarding safe bike routes to schools by connecting South Brookline to Brookline High School and beyond.
Use this to kind of read off.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, excellent.
Just try to get yourself as close to that mic.
Okay.
Take your time, I'll get the slides.
All right. Evening. How are we doing? Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you to the school committee. Oh, yes. Am I coming through on that now? Okay. Yeah, lean into it. Yeah. Yeah, no. Do more than one thing, I'm in trouble. So again, thank you for having us. South Brookline currently doesn't have any real bike infrastructure lane. And I attended a bike advisory meeting in June where a group of high school students were there. And they inspired me because they specifically were asking about a safe bike route because they ride to high school now on this route, and basically it's all unprotected for them. So that's what inspired me to do something about it for our students and others who do bike. And I'd just like to take you through the ideas of what I'm working on. So if we look at how students do arrive at school now from South Brookline, there is the South Brookline bus that is arranged that travels from Baker School to the high school, and it leaves Baker around 7:20 in the morning. And it's mostly freshmen and sophomores, and then it has a tendency of dropping off with the upperclassmen over time. And then it arrives at the high school about 7:40. So it's very structured, does cause students to have to get up a little bit earlier. And, you know, there's always that it's counter-typical to them getting enough sleep, you know? So that's a pretty rigid schedule. And then in the afternoon, they have two choices at 3 and 4 o'clock to return back to South Brookline on that same bus schedule. Public transportation probably has the more flexible as far as availability. That would be the MBTA bus line 51 that travels through South Brookline, and it goes all the way over to Cleveland Circle, where you can jump on the trolley down to the 9th school. And then the family car, right, is, you know, we need probably more carpooling. We know down at the high school, it gets very congested with parents dropping off their kids, and most times than not, it's parent is going to work and there's one parent, one kid in the car. And then bicycling, you know, what's the benefit of bicycling? Well, the travel from South Brookline is 22 minutes, all right? It allows full flexibility in the student, right? They can leave as soon as they need to, and they have control over their schedule. And it's helpful also with after school and that flexibility of being able to return home. They're in sports or any after school activity. It gives them the insurance as far as when they can go home. So the independence of what that does benefits. Next slide, please. So South Brookline connecting, and my big focus is a safe bike route. You can have bike routes, but is it safe, right? So currently, if we look at the roadways in South Brookline, they were all designed to move as many vehicles through it as fast as possible. GPS has just increased traffic over the last 10 to 15 years. Residents deal with speeders, aggressive drivers, and drivers cutting through their neighborhoods where GPS can kind of reroute it around your neighborhoods. There's limited bike lanes, none that are protected bike lanes. And it's also dangerous for pedestrians with all the traffic volume. And then there's an opportunity to work with DCR. And I mentioned DCR because we have the parkways, the West Roxbury Parkway that goes right through the part of South Brookline over towards the Chestnut Hill area. So there's opportunities there. The goals, We're looking to establish the best protected, safe bike lanes to connect the South Brookline to the high school. This would be, students would have options in different modes of transportation, the congestion around the high school, as we talked about, safer South Brookline streets, and controlling the flow of traffic. In order to design safe bike routes, you first have to look at the flow of traffic. Improving crosswalks, the multiple lanes of vehicles and everything, it makes it more hazardous to cross a 4-lane roadway versus a 2-lane highway, two-lane roadway, excuse me. And then there's increasing bicycling among women. I'll point out Boston, what they're doing later as far as bicycling among women. And then connecting to, not only to the high school, but beyond the high school, whether it's going to sporting events, going to do some shopping, or connecting with friends over at their houses and everything. By providing good, safe bike infrastructure, not only becomes a need to travel to school, but also the social networking and being able to get around town safely. Go next slide, please. So making our roadways safer, the town is already planning 25 mph on all the roadways, okay? And the reason, part of the reason for that is reported car accidents. From 2014 to 2019, in the town of Brookline, there were 7,500 reported car accidents that the Brookline police have a record of. On this particular bike route, there are 575 car accidents during that same time frame, which represents 7.6% of all car accidents in the entire town. That equates to about 93 car accidents per year, 8 per month, and almost 2 per week along this bike route. Okay. Lane reductions reduces crashes by 47%. The Federal Highway Administration has pointed out in reducing a 4-lane traffic, which is 2 lanes of traffic going in opposite directions, by reducing it to 1 lane in each direction with a center turn lane, has minimum impact to the flow of traffic. Because of that center turn lane, anyone needing to make a turn, it doesn't stop the flow of traffic. And then the opportunity to improve crosswalks. As I mentioned before, if we're able to slow down and control the flow of traffic, it will make the roadway safer for not only bicyclists, but also for students and for pedestrians. So at this point, I'd like to be able to bring up 2 young ladies, Myra Euling and Audrey Chang. And these 2 ladies are the ones who inspired me to basically put this plan together. And I just like to be able to have them touch on their experiences and how they travel to school.
You're referring to a route here, but I don't think we saw the route that you're talking about.
Yep, I'm gonna.
That will come?
Yeah, I want to bring them in at this point, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
And then have them speak about their experiences and everything. And have them.
So mine's with us.
Maya, can you hear us? Let me see if I can get her to come on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think sometimes the heavy rain interferes with the internet.
Let me just see if I can get her first, and I will take down. Maya, can you hear us? Oh, she's coming through now. If you'd like to speak now, Mr. Murphy was just introducing you. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
Yeah, no, sorry.
To join.
I know they got to get to their studies, so.
Yeah.
Hey, in the meantime, is there a lot of biking to and from the buses? The school buses?
Biking to the buses?
To and from the school buses, yeah. Like to the Baker Street, to the Baker School bus, for instance.
I'm not following, sorry.
For students attending in the Baker community.
Oh, I don't know the numbers on it. I've spoken to parents who have children who ride their bikes now to Baker School, but they are hesitant to have them ride. They're going to high school like next year and the next 2 years. I think one gentleman I spoke to had 2 sons. They ride their bike to Baker School now, but they want to be able to ride to the high school, but there's no set plan yet, you know. So here's Myra.
Hi, folks. Sorry, I wasn't able to connect my microphone. Thank you so much for having me. Richard, should I say my part now, or?
Yes, yeah. So why don't you
Okay,
cover your experiences and everything and why you do what you do?
Awesome.
All
So
right.
I started cycling to and from the high school at the end of the last school year. And I also cycled to and from the high school about 100 times, I calculated this summer, to go to crew practice and also to my first job, which was in Brookline Village. So it's given me like the freedom and opportunity to do a lot of stuff that as someone who's not old enough to drive, I can't really take myself anywhere from South Brookline without cycling. I mean, there is, of course, the T, but the 51, which connects South Brookline to Reservoir Station, only comes about once an hour during the day. So yeah, it's a really important thing for me. I yesterday, for example, my parents had to leave for work before I had to leave for school, so they said, "You're going to be biking to school today." And same for some of my friends, especially I bike to rowing practice for BHS with sometimes 5 or 7 other kids who that's how they get where they need to go on a daily basis. It's also, of course, great for the environment to have less cars on the road. But I do definitely encounter a lot of dangerous situations, I would say. For part of the route, there is currently no shoulder that's big enough for me to ride in, so I'm either on the sidewalk or in a lane with cars going like 25 to 45 miles an hour, depending where I am. Obviously, I can't go that fast. I'm less protected. There's also an issue of if there's an unprotected bike lane, for example, on Clyde Street, there's often cars parked in the bike lane, which means that I am forced to merge out into the traffic, which can be pretty scary. I've also had to jump up on the sidewalk, which has led to a crash or two, which is not great, of course. But yeah, there's a lot of kids who I've talked to. For example, my friend Audrey, I think she's on here, or she's coming, who want to cycle to school more. It's a great way to incorporate exercise into your daily routine, be more environmentally friendly, and be more independent. But there is an issue of safety that a lot of people are really concerned about, especially parents. There's definitely still kids who are going to be biking this route, whether or not there are bike lanes, which is my main concern. I'm still going to be there every day, like cycling this route in an unprotected space. This would be a huge improvement. This would be really great.
Yep, keep going.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Okay, that'd be great. Thanks, Myra.
Thank you so much.
Hi, sorry I'm a little late.
That's okay. So Audrey, why don't you tell us about your experiences and why you ride from South Brookline to Brookline High School and what it means to you?
Yeah, no problem. So I want to ride into VHS a little bit more than I normally do, mainly because I currently take the school bus from Selbro to VHS, and the bus is very early in the morning. So I get to school like at the earliest at 7:30, at the latest like 7:45. So with biking, it would allow me to like sleep in more and also just be able to get to school later instead of having to be at school super early for really no reason at all. I mean, another important thing to me is that it's good for the environment and I don't have to really contribute to, global warming. And I think the last main reason would probably be exercise. It's very good exercise and I enjoy biking because it's good exercise for me and it's just the type of exercise I like to do. I would say like those are the three main reasons as to why I want to bike more to school. I think the only thing that's like holding me back is that it is a bit unsafe, especially around like intersections. But those are the main reasons why I want to bike to school.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we pick it back up. And so Maya and Audrey, they covered, the reasons why and everything, and, better sleep and, parents reporting, children want to ride to the high school, and they're in grammar school now. There's also, the safety concern. I've been told by students that riding their bike, they feel safer on their bike than they do riding the MBTA. All right. So, and that was a young lady who mentioned that, and I thought that was very striking, that we kind of take for granted, especially myself as a man, that you take for granted the environment around you and everything like that. So that kind of struck me. But then you can go to the next slide, Beth. Friday, I joined in on the event of riding from the grammar schools to the high school, and we did that Friday morning. On the left is a national program that is out of Colorado, but on the right is the Brookline Challenge to the high school, which is sponsored by Safe Routes to Schools, the Brookline School Teachers, and also Bike Brookline. So it was dozens of students and young adults, teachers and parents joined in on the fun, and we continue to get more students riding their bikes to schools over the past 10 years. It keeps increasing every year. So if we go to the next slide, we're going to get to the view of the map. All right, and this is the reason why you'll see the fact that this is the straightest, shortest, best way to get to the high school. And the big thing about South Brookline is they have a big mass of land between Allendale Farm and the country club and the golf course. And basically you can almost see on a map, it's basically the straightest line to get there. And again, along this whole route, the Transportation Administration in the engineering department already have planned. Part of it on Clyde and Lee Street is already posted at 25 miles an hour. And the plan is for Newton Street, Grove Street, and Independence. So the town is recognizing not only that they need to slow traffic down in this thing in order to kind of get the accidents under control, but also to bring more safety to everybody who uses this roadway. So if we get to the next slide, this is just a cross view of types of bike lanes and everything. And, I'm advocating for what would be the best bike lanes for not only our students, but everyone that's bicycling. I think it's one thing to put a line down on the side of a roadway and say that's a bike lane, but I don't feel it's not really a protected bike lane. So on the left is a shallow bike lane, which is basically when the bicycle is actually sharing the same lane as a motor vehicle. All right, very unsafe. and usually it's only preferred on side roads. Then you have some lanes that are like joint with the bus and the bike lane. They're doing that down at Northeastern on Huntington Avenue right now. And then on one-way streets, they actually have what they call a contraflow bike lane. And this can be good or bad. It can be risky for drivers who are unaware traveling on a one-way street that they actually have a bike lane coming up on their left. So that's called a contraflow bike lane. And then the separated bike lane, which is the big focus and the main part of this whole bike route, there's a scale. There's fair, good, better, and the best, right? And right now, an unprotected bike lane is, like I mentioned, you put down one line, you put down the symbol of the bicyclist, and that is a lot of bike lanes are designed like that, but there's really no buffer to basically protect you from a vehicle travel alongside you. So we're trying to focus on what would be good or better is the buffered bike lane, where there's a little bit of a 2 to 3 foot buffer bike lane. If you travel over on Allendale Road, they just redid that roadway, and that would be a good example of at least having a buffer between the vehicle and everything. And then the ideal is the buffered bike lane with flex posts, and actually the bike lane is also has the buffer. So the flex posts are added protection to identify the bike lane. And then the ideal, and which is difficult to do around these parts, but is a fully built bike lane that's completely separated from traffic. So if we go to the next map, I'll just do a quick overview of the route and try to be as quick as I can. So if we go to the bottom left at the beginning, if we look at South Brookline and Hancock Village, right now it's a 2-lane vehicle traffic in both directions along Independent Road and Grove Street. So the consideration there, what the Federal Highway Department had recommended is basically turning that into 1-lane vehicle and having a center turn lane. And this will create a room to put in a protected bike lane on either side of the roadway. And then in the top left, it's the rotary at Puttyham Circle. We actually want to talk to DCR about the fact of turning this into a roundabout. So the difference between a rotary and a roundabout is just simply speed and the volume of traffic that moves through there. So a rotary is basically designed for speed and more than 1 lane of traffic inside a rotary. I think Horace James Circle would be more of a prime example of moving traffic through. But we feel that the Puttyham Circle can be actually a roundabout where it's actually 1 lane of traffic inside there, slowing the speed down, and then being able to have a protected bike lane inside the rotary. And then if we go over to the right, we're talking about the intersection at Newton Street and Clyde Street, making that safer. And basically it would probably come down to some lane reduction as far as making the vehicle travel lane a little bit narrower to create a little bit more space for a protected bike lane on the side. Next slide, please. And then as we travel down along Clyde and Lee Street, heading towards the reservoir, we get to a point, and this is a kind of a speedway, and this is why they already had set it to 25 miles an hour, and it would be interesting to see what the results actually do. They have a radar that's basically doing some speed recording along that roadway right now. And then we get down to the point of that next rotary, and it's kind of more of a sharp left-hand turn down at, just before you get to the rotary. It's at Lee and Dudley Street. And this is a consideration of a lane reduction around that particular point. So in this one stretch from where that rotary is at Dudley Street and till you get to the reservoir, it's actually over that same 6-year span I mentioned. There were 93 car accidents over a 6-year period. So that's basically 15 car accidents in that one stretch, which is probably the most dangerous stretch outside of the intersection at the Newton and Clyde Street intersection, which had 100. So that was some statistics there. And then once the crunch point is at the reservoir, and everything around Walnut Street, Warren Street, that whole back neighborhood where the Lincoln School is, You just know how those roadways are. So there's a challenge when you get to Warren Street to Route 9 in order to cross over to Sumner. And that's where you see the traffic in the morning, whether it's the parents dropping off the kids at school or just people just getting to work. There's a lot of traffic in that back neighborhood, and that's probably the biggest challenge as far as a consistent flow in order to get bicyclists through. So we're working on that. And then next slide. And this will be where I wrap up. So what we're looking for, the school committee, is obviously the endorsement of allowing students to have choices as far as getting to school, all right? I know that's a no-brainer, but basically encouraging bike riding among students and staff, as if anything we can do to increase that, whether it's increasing the bicycle racks at the school, which I understand that that's things that you're already doing, if we continue to do that. Establish perks for those who ride versus a gas vehicle. The economics behind it, we always talk about the cost of living in Brookline and basically, the cost of renting, So the idea of owning a vehicle is probably only going to get tougher and tougher. So the need for a bicyclist is going to become only greater. And then basically, when the town of Brookline is talking about bike lanes, and we're talking about bike lanes around the high school, we want to make sure that they are the best. Not only that we're building the Pierce School, we've rebuilt Ridley School, we're Devotion is about to reopen. All right, those are great schools, and we want to make sure the kids have great ways to get to the schools. So, at some point, I'm going to need public support for some of these changes, because there's always opposition to, you're going to make my driving more difficult. But I think some of these measures are necessary to make it safe for everybody who basically travels along the roadways. So at some point, there's going to be a petition just to get support behind it. And I would like to have support from you guys as far as being able to communicate that out when a petition does come about, if that's okay with you. And that's probably my biggest takeaway. So the last slide is just some points on what the city of Boston is doing to give you an idea of really how far ahead they are. So over the next 3 years, from what all the plans they have, 50% of residents in the city of Boston are going to be a 3-minute walk from any bike infrastructure in the entire city. All right. They plan to grow bike station share by 40%. All right. So that's something like blue bike stations. Build speed humps in 30 communities to basically get traffic calming measures. Raise sidewalks in parks, in libraries, and then help 600 women. This is something I mentioned before. Women are intimidated, or basically they're probably smarter than us guys on the roadways, in the sense of that, they see it that it's unsafe and they don't want to take that risk. And we need to be able to provide safe environment for everybody. All right. So they actually have a program that basically encourage 600 women to ride bicycles and everything, and because they need the support. And then, they're hiring more management behind this whole program in order to support it. It's one thing to paint that line and set it up, but you got to maintain it and basically take care of it, no different than the vehicle roadways. So right now they have 59 miles of off-street bike paths, 17 of separated bike lanes, 8 miles of neighborhood routes. And then, like as I mentioned before, they've done the Arboretum, they've done Northeastern. They're going to be doing Center Street in West Roxbury and Polish Street in Rosendale and High Park. So those are the things that Boston is doing. They're being very aggressive about it. And I think with Amy Ingalls and as the traffic administration, she's going to be a great advocate for basically doing the same here in Brookline. So thank you for having me and listening to me tonight. Any questions?
Thank you very much. So are there any questions? Andy, looks like you have one, or, all right, Helen first.
Go
ahead, Helen.
Oh, you sure? So thank you for this presentation. I'm wondering, you've already been to the Transportation Board, right?
I haven't yet. Nope. I've gone before Amy Ingalls in a meeting, and basically is the engineering department is reviewing it. we're going before Safe Routes to School on Friday.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm on the bike advisory meeting the first Wednesday. That's the next step and then I go before the Transportation Committee. So I've already gotten with Amy as far as Amy and Sam Dowse. So I've done that first step, and then the next step as far as moving this forward is with the bike advisory.
Thank you. That's great. And I'm very supportive of this. I think it's important for kids to ride bikes. I ride a bike. I think it's scary at times, but
Oh, I know.
Especially in certain areas of town. But one of my concerns was your route brings you down Warren Street
Yes.
to Walnut Street. Actually, I think it is at that point, right?
Yeah. Right now, the town has already established on Clyde, Lee, Dudley Way, Dudley Street, up Walnut Street and down Warren Street and over the Sumner. They already have a bike lane, Sharrow bike lane established.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not well painted.
No, it's not, because
No.
I live right there and I haven't
Yeah,
seen that.
like on Dudley Street, they resurfaced the roadway and
Yeah.
they never repainted the bike lanes.
Yeah.
So, and then also the condition of Warren and Walnut Street, just the road condition, how it is.
So, but that was my question. I was wondering why you wouldn't bring them straight up to Route 9 and go down, because there's a fairly large, maybe 4-foot.
Oh, yeah, no, on Route 9,
Yeah.
we would if we could, but it's illegal.
Because
It's against the state law.
to ride on,
You cannot ride a bicycle on a state highway.
oh,
Yeah,
didn't know it.
yeah.
Okay.
And trust me, this is the crunch point of all those horse and buggy roadways that were designed around Boston that really is not conducive for, So, I mean, long-term, I put in my notes as far as in the detail plans, because the whole deck is like 50 pages. This is just a summary. Is the idea long-term is the consideration on Warren Street is making that portion a one-way.
Oh.
That's something for the town to discuss, but it is really a crunch area. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Andy?
Yeah, thanks, Richard. My question is actually sort of a variant on Helen's. It's about sort of where you are with this proposal right now. So I think you were saying that transportation and engineering is studying it.
Yep.
Like, at what level of detail are they working on it? Is this study going to issue in a proposal that could be put before the T-board for a vote, or are we way before that?
Right now, I was at the bike advisory meeting last week, and Amy was showing, and Sam was presenting that what their plans are for fiscal '24. So they have this route mapped out in their plans to execute. What it looks like is we're going to work on that going forward.
For fiscal '24?
Yes. So next July is the beginning of fiscal '24. I think that's how the town's.
Okay, so
fiscal year.
you're saying within the next few months, this plan will come up
I
before the
think
T-board for
the
an up
goal
and down
is to
vote?
have it up and running, a protected bike lane for next September.
Oh, okay. So we're close to making it happen.
I think so, yeah. Yeah. And I think it will only happen because we have Amy at the helm.
So what role do you envision for the school committee in all of this, aside from sort of overall being supportive? In fact, we are.
It's, I think the standard is one thing, is like I said, you can put a line on the roadway and say, well, there's your bike lane, I want to make sure it's the best, and make sure that we're providing enough space to have what they call a protected bike lane, which is a buffered bike lane between you and the vehicle. So I think the sheer size of this is the largest bike route in the whole town. So there's a lot of detail, and that's why the deck is so big, because of the details behind it. And I'm creative and thinking as far as how the roadway, I've been in sales my whole life, and I've been on the road, and it's just the flow of traffic and the behavior of vehicles and everything. It just kind of fell into me as far as designing this. And I think it's come along. I've gotten good feedback and the detail on it and everything, so.
But what do you want the school committee to do? I mean, if this were a warrant article, we would discuss, vote, and have a
Yeah,
statement in
I'm looking for,
combined
well, I'm looking for the
reports.
support, and then also if, if I need the communication, like if a petition is needed or something to really move this along in order to get this done, and, and basically to determine what the engineering department decides to do as far as the route, as far as the design of the route.
Right, I think the idea is that if the school committee ends up supporting this, and I personally would support it, sounds like Helen does as well, perhaps some others, is that helps spread the message to other community groups, because there will be a debate, just as there is with anything, and oftentimes if one sees that the school committee and certain other bodies are also behind the effort, that might sway some people.
Thank you.
Helen?
I'm still stuck on the one-way street there. And I'm trying to
Too
figure out how
much
people-
information, right?
And I'm trying to figure out how people, so if you have a one-way street, but you want bikes to go both ways
Yeah, they would need to go both ways along that
on the
roadway.
one-way street.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's just a tight roadway, and I'm thinking like, ideal, but also realistic. Everything I have in the design is not changing the infrastructure of the road other than repainting.
Right.
So I was mindful of the fact that if you try to make things too expensive, it won't get done. So, Amy estimates it's probably like about $125,000 project to repaint, this whole route,
Mhm.
just to kind of put a value on it. And, if you start moving curbs and everything, now Vision Zero is, or Zero Brookline is their meeting as far as a strategy for the town for traffic calming measures throughout the whole town. So there's an overall strategy that's being implemented. So that's why I figured the bike lane, minimum infrastructure changes and everything. Let's get the best buffered, protected bike lane in there now.
Mhm.
And so because we have students like Audrey and Maya riding that now, so that's kind of like part of my rationale is what's going to be the least path of resistance and to get this done. So come next year, they have a safer way to get to school. Because I rode with them on Friday and it's crazy what they do, to be honest with you. I'm driving along Clyde Street in an Amazon vehicle, literally like, if I just went like this, it would have hit me. And I'm in the lane, but it's not a buffered, protected bike lane. So, and then Amy Ingalls joined us, and so she saw a lot of the what Audrey called out or Maya I think called out is the parking in the bike lane. So there was all the issues that she saw on Friday, which was great. So just try to make it a better world.
Stephen?
I'll just say that thank you for doing this work. I can't comment on the specifics of your proposal, but I'm strongly supportive of safe bicycle routes to and from BHS or to and from any of our schools.
Thank you.
And it also dovetails nicely with the work that the transportation group of the Climate and Sustainability Task Force is likely to be doing over the next year, is looking for initiatives like these.
Yes.
And there's one group devoted entirely to transportation.
It's
Thank you for bringing this up.
Yes, no, it's amazing as you keep talking to people. It's like, oh yeah, my husband rides to work every day on a bike, or I go to work. I know you have teachers who ride into the schools. So it's definitely growing. I was just not, I know it's one extreme to the other, but I was in Amsterdam last month, and there you got a city of 900,000 people, and 80,000 of them ride a bicycle. I went down to Germany also, and it wasn't as much bicycling, but it's just in Europe, they're just more, a little bit more versatile as far as the vehicles that they use. So, and I know they have it here, but like, idling a truck and stuff like that, it's like they'll get a ticket, like if you're idling it more than a minute over there, so anyways.
All right, well, thank you very much
Thank you,
for
David.
this presentation.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Very welcome. All right, next up, we have a presentation of the Brookline Community Foundation's Understanding Brookline, Economic Inequality in Brookline Report with Aba Taylor, BCF Executive Director.
Hi, everyone. I'm just trying to pull up my slides. Sorry. Let's have one too many presentations open. Okay. And I believe I can share my screen. Yeah, just a second. Okay, can folks see?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. My computer's just being a little slow. Well, my name is Aba Taylor, and I am the Executive Director of the Brookline Community Foundation. And I just want to thank Dr. Guillory for inviting me to come to speak a little bit about our work. There are two facets of this presentation, and I realize I don't have a lot of time, so I will try my best to move as quickly as possible, but I'm not sure if there's going to be time for question and answers, but folks can interrupt or I don't know, put it in the chat. I want to give a little overview of BCF, the Brookline Community Foundation. We've been around for over 100 years, and yet not everybody in the town or the community knows about us or knows what we do or has heard of us. And then I want to get specifically into the recent project that we have been working on called Understanding Brookline. So again, my name is Aba Taylor. I'm the Executive Director of the Brookline Community Foundation. Just really quickly, I'm going to give a history and overview of BCF. I'm going to talk a little bit about the work as it relates to the work we do supporting youth and education work around Brookline. Then I'm going to move into some of our engaged research and specifically narrow in on our report on economic inequality. And then before I close, I'm going to give a little bit of a teaser to the database that we will be unveiling very soon. And we have a big event coming up that I'll share information about, and I invite everyone here to come join us for that. Let me see if this can play. I don't know if this can play. I wonder if folks can hear as soon as it loads. This is a quick 2-minute video that's also on our website that gives a nice little overview of who we are. So.
Anyone who knows Brookline knows it's a special place to live, learn, work, and play. We're lucky to be a well-resourced community, but we're not an equitably resourced one. Like many communities across the country, Brookline struggles with poverty, food insecurity, and gaps in the safety net, issues that sometimes go unnoticed. Not by the Brookline Community Foundation. For over 100 years, BCF has been a trusted partner, helping to build a community where everyone, regardless of who they are, has the same opportunities to succeed. That's why we mobilize resources, identify barriers to opportunity and equity through research, partner with nonprofit organizations, and engage community members in collaborative solution building. We do all of this to ensure our collective investments have the greatest impact in areas like health, education, housing, food access, and more. When we share support and resources with those who need it, we're protecting the essence of what makes Brookline great. And when we work together to break down barriers to equity, we're preserving our community spirit and moving closer to making our shared hopes for Brookline's future a reality. Together, we can build a thriving, inclusive community today and for generations to come. Learn how you can help build a better Brookline for all by visiting brooklinecommunity.org.
Okay. So as this video points out, we have been in the community for quite some time. And now I will pull up my slide again. We got an early start during the temperance movement in Massachusetts, but formally incorporated as the Brookline Friendly Society in 1905, and were supporting health and social services to Brookline residents in the community in 1905. And then in 1999, we renamed ourselves the Brookline Community Fund, and that's where we began to make mini grants through the community to support different efforts that were happening. And then 2005, and our sort of 100-year or centennial celebration, we officially became the Brookline Community Foundation to better reflect our work in grant making in the community. So, excuse me, our vision is very simple: a better Brookline for all. And when we say all, we mean everybody. Our mission is to really think about opportunities and promote equity through philanthropy in this community. And we do that in a lot of different ways, and I'll get into that in a second. And our values are really the foundation of how we do the work. So we've got the vision, we've got the mission of what we want to be doing, and how we do it is lead by listening. As a philanthropic organization, we feel it's really important that the community inform the work that we do, and that we're not just sort of sitting on the sidelines making a lot of decisions and impacting the community, but really engaging with them. And so you'll hear me talk a lot about that, particularly with our community engagement. Anchored by equity, everything we do is about, the equity process, but also the goal of equity in the community. Sustainable support is about, ensuring that the organizations that we work with have a level of sustainable support, and so they can continue their work. But also for us as a community foundation, we raise all of the money that we give out. So we function very much like a nonprofit in that way, and we have to figure out how we sustain ourselves as well. And community first. We are one of the largest grant makers in Brookline, and I could go on and on about that, but I'll just continue here. So our areas of work are philanthropic leadership, and this is where we partner with different philanthropic leaders throughout the community, individuals, groups, sometimes the town itself, to really galvanize resources to reinvest back into the community. We obviously partner with community groups, community organizations, different nonprofits in town to help fund their initiatives, support them, provide technical assistance, capacity building, lots of different things. That's also what we talk about when we say investing in Brookline. And we do research and insights. So I will talk a little bit about some of our research initiatives. But the investing in Brookline, just to be clear, is really kind of about the grant making, and the partnering with the community are some of the other areas of work that we do. In 2022, I can say that we worked with 841 donors to help, again, bring resources in. Through that, we were able to support different community organizations through grant making, partnership, and capacity building initiatives in the amount of over $2 million. And that $2 million went to 47 different organizations, community groups, and individual students through scholarships, but also sponsorships, grants, and what have you. In 2023, I sort of just gave a really quick breakdown of the big funds that we have. We have the BCF Fund for Brookline, which is a general fund. And our fiscal year, FY23, ended in June 30th. I heard the gentleman before speaking about fiscal years. If they usually start in July 1st and June 30th, you talk about the year that it's ending. So currently we are in FY24, not calendar year 24. So for FY23, we, gave out $638,000 in grants from our unrestricted fund. We have a safety net fund that we were able to support emergency services for different organizations and efforts. And we gave out $80,000 from that. We also, through ARPA funds, gave out an extra $500,000 for our safety net fund. And then our scholarship fund for high school youth, we raised more than 93,000, but there were some other partnerships that we worked with. So that's what we gave. Our opportunity, and equity fund was about 41,000, and our youth fund was $360,000. So again, really kind of putting a lot of the money that we raise right back into the community for a host of different efforts. I want to talk about, since I am talking to the school committee, I want to talk about our youth fund specifically. We've been around, our youth fund was established in 1999. And since then, we've given over $1 million in grants to 47 different local organizations, including, the Brookline Arts Center, Family Access, the Brookline Interactive Group, just a whole slew of organizations, the Brookline Teen Center. We've worked with them since their inception, essentially. The food pantry, any organization in the community that has a focus on bringing equal access and opportunity to youth through different programs and initiatives is welcome to apply for the youth fund, and we give grants out in that way to them. We also do lots of education in school and out of school programming. Since 2018, we have invested over $1.3 million through 90 grants to 35 local partners that are doing work both in school and out of school with young folks. And some of those local partners are listed here. Obviously, the Brookline Public Schools, the BAFN, Asian American Family Network. BEEP has been a longtime partner of ours. Again, Brookline Interactive Group, the Housing Authority, Steps to Success, very long-term partner of ours, Martin Trust Partnership and Early Learning. So again, a wide variety of organizations and efforts really committed to young people and to education. I know that the Brookline High School has many scholarships, and the ones that we do fundraising for and then work in partnership with the high school to support is just a small percentage, but I'm still proud to say that we've raised over $1.4 million for high school students since 2016. We currently have 141 donors for our high school scholarship fund. We just this past fiscal year, added 44 new donors. So we're constantly fundraising and trying to help support the different scholarships that go out to Brookline High School students. Our scholarships, are focused on equity and need-based, and so really supporting students who quite literally need this money. And again, partnering with the high school to help disperse that. So in FY23, in fiscal year 23, we were able to give over $181,000 in need-based scholarships. Another example of work that we do is our, again, community engagement. When COVID came to Brookline, to the world, we were one of the sort of key partners with the town in both just kind of responding to the increase of needs. Obviously, when the ARPA funding came through, BCF was the key partner with the town to sort of hear from the community. And this goes back again to the lead by listening value that I was speaking to in community first. I applaud the town of Brookline for, not just deciding in a silo where the ARPA funding would go, but really hearing from the community. So BCF's engaged in a 20-week process of focus groups, interviews, surveys, what have you, to inform the town in the decision-making that they did. We have a program that we've had, it launched with a long time ago, and I can't remember the exact date right now, but it launched with the Brookline Mental Health Center, and it was originally called the Safety Net safety net fund, and it was, to support the Brookline Mental Health Center and to support wraparound services that the center provided to its clients. And during COVID, we expanded the safety net fund and included other nonprofits in response to the different kinds of needs and urgencies that were that this community was facing. So in total, we were able to provide over $1.3 million of support to a wide network of community partners like the food pantry, like the center, like BHA, helping with rental assistance, food insecurity, just you name it, cash assistance programs, lots and lots of organizations who were really trying to help out the community. And through that sort of informal network, we were able to help over about 13,000 residents through the COVID pandemic. So I'm going to move into our research. I'm going to skip a couple slides because I know I'm just talking a lot. It's a lot of information, but we do a fair amount of research, and I want to emphasize that it's engaged research because it's about understanding our community and the diversity of our community, the breadth of needs in our community, so that we can figure out how to be effective and figure out solutions towards action. As I talked about, the safety net fund was something that expanded when we were in crisis and during COVID, we meaning the community, and had to figure out like what were urgent needs and how do we respond to them. So sort of using our knowledge and our contacts and just awareness, of kind of all the needs that were surrounding the community, we were able to expand the safety net fund. And we've got lots of other examples. Like I said, the community engagement process really helped inform action to the town on how to determine, how some of the money from the ARPA funds would be distributed. So these are a couple of examples of some of the reports that you can find on our website. The first one, Understanding Brookline, on the far left, is a report that we came out with, our first Understanding Brookline report that we came out with in 2014, based on the 2010 census data, and really highlighting, again, the changing trends, emerging trends and changing needs of our community. And at the time, one statistic that really stood out for a lot of people was the fact that 13% of our community lived at the federal poverty level. So this was something that folks, sort of eye-opening, and we had a follow-up report specifically on poverty in Brookline to do a little bit of a deeper dive. You can see through this slide that we've had other reports on out of school time. And then, as I've previously mentioned, the ARPA community engagement report, which was a summary and sort of a detailed reflection of our community engagement process and what we heard from that. And some of the findings from that community engagement process were the community sort of speaking to what to prioritize in terms of funding to the town. Public health, needing to support public health response was one of them. Needing to invest in equity-focused services was another. Programs that address the social determinants of health, increased in-school support, needing to address the negative economic impacts of COVID, so providing assistance to households, premium pay for essential workers, and infrastructure, particularly digital equity. So these were the 5 kind of key areas that we found through our community engagement process. And the one in the very middle, the needing to address negative economic impacts of COVID, is something that we've kind of honed into a little bit more specifically. And by that, I wanted to sort of bring folks' attention to our newest report, our newest Understanding Brookline report. Like I said, the first one came out in 2014, almost 10 years ago. And the big headline there was that 13% of our community was living at the federal poverty level. That number has decreased, or it did by 2020 when the census data was available. It had decreased to 10%. However, as many of us know and experienced with inflation, the cost of living, it's on the increase. we have 25% of our community right now that is actually struggling financially to make ends meet. So this is, to me and to us, like a really kind of important data point to pay attention to and to sort of understand, what do we do about this issue, right? I think in a community like Brookline that is often seen as sort of protected from some of the other social and economic issues that happen, it's easy to kind of say like, well, we don't have that problem here, but we definitely have that problem here. And, you know, anyone who drives by the food pantry can see the lines around the block. You know, if you're working at BCF, you can't help but see the plethora of proposals that come in, like I said, to help people who are really struggling financially. So we decided to have this report focus on economic inequality in Brookline and really lift up the widening gap between, you know, the different economic groups. I'm going real fast. The question that we are posing is, you know, we know that Brookline is growing and diversifying, but it is becoming more and more unaffordable for so many. And so what is the Brookline that we collectively want to create to build a better Brookline for all tomorrow? Again, back to our original mission, sorry. So just a couple of big highlights from this report, and it's available on our website. We know that as of 2020, the 30% of the population of Brookline identified as Black, Asian, Latino, multiracial, is non-white. So that's, you know, almost one in three folks in our community who identify as folks of color. And 33% of our residents above the age of 5 speak a language other than English at home. Again, 1 in 3 people above the age of 5 are multilingual. And, you know, we can ask ourselves, of course, I'm sure you all have some of these statistics in the schools because that's where it's probably most obvious, like how are we adapting to and responding to the diversity of our community as it changes over time? I think it's also interesting that, you know, we have slightly over 36% of our population sit at either end of the age spectrum, excuse me, meaning are either under 18 or over 65. So when we talk about the community, which we do quite often, we also have to factor in that the community, you know, can be a lot of different kinds of demographics. And you know, what does it mean to sort of pay attention to the needs and the service and the opportunities for folks in those demographics? This statistic is based on, you know, a lot of information, the living wage for Norfolk County, which is $115,000 for a household of 3 people. And by 3, it doesn't mean 2, you know, parents or 2 income, it could be one income earner and 2 children. So the federal poverty threshold for a household of 3 is around $21,000. This was, again, these numbers have shifted a little bit, but as of the printing of this report, it was $21,000. However, in Norfolk Country, the estimated living wage is $115,000. So there are a lot of people, a lot of 3-member households who are not bringing in $115,000 a year and are struggling to sort of, like we said, make ends meet. The reality is that 41% of our households are living below the living wage, living below, you know, for instance, the $115,000 for a 3-person household. So that's a really big number, in my opinion. You know, that's almost half, if you would, of our household are living below the living wage. We know, as the report, the headline of the report, 1 in 4 Brookline residents are financially vulnerable and economically insecure. We know that 33% of folks in our community are housing insecure, meaning they're spending more than 30% of their income on housing. And we can even look closely, a little bit more closely, at older adults and women who are living in the federally defined level of poverty. I know I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to keep going just for a few more minutes. When we do look at poverty and we look at household income levels, we see a pretty stark disparity between the average income of a Black household in Brookline being $83,000. I'm looking at these circles on the far right of the screen, versus the average income of a white family, a white household being $130,000. So we should try to figure out, why is there a $50,000 difference in the median income between Black and white households in Brookline? We also know that childcare in Norfolk County is the fourth most expensive place to do childcare in the entire country, Norfolk County, excuse me. So we are number 4 in the country of most expensive counties to do childcare. And yet, what does that mean for folks who can't afford childcare or don't have access to childcare for different reasons? And as I said, excuse me, the number is 36% of our Brookline residents, which is about 25,000 people, are housing burdened, meaning they're spending more than 30% of their income on housing. So I'll just skip this and, sort of go to another aspect of our work, which is a database that will be coming out very soon. And this database will be something available to everybody for free online. People can explore. The report was very specific in looking at economic inequality. The database is a little bit broader. There are 50 indicators covering health, economics, education, essential needs, racial equity, lots of different ways that you can kind of look at different pieces of data, play around. You can also create your own dashboards. And it's just a really interesting way. We can also update this much more. We don't have to wait every 10 years for the census data to come out to update our database. We can use other resources. So we're really excited. This is a little bit of a sample of like how you could create your own dashboard. Different community groups can do it. Individuals, decision makers, leaders can take this data and do what they, whatever, use it to help their needs. So that's essentially it. We do have an event on November 2nd that we are going to have at the Florida Ruffin Ridley School. And we are inviting everyone. It will be a really great opportunity to hear from an amazing group of panelists, including the superintendent, who has graciously agreed to be on the panel. We'll be talking about some of these key issues in the different areas, and we are just inviting everyone to come. It's November 2nd at around 6:30, and you'll hear more about that. That is my presentation.
Thank you very much for that very thorough presentation and for those sobering statistics that really put into a context for us the challenges that many groups in our community confront. A question that I have, which was something that came up toward the beginning of your presentation, where you were talking about the different funds available for various sources. So for instance, one of them was for Brookline High School. Could you maybe go over what the process looks like for applying for accessing those funds?
Yeah, so as a community foundation, we do not make grants or give money to individuals. We only work with institutions. So we have a committee, a scholarship committee of amazing volunteers who work in different aspects of education. We have someone who is a staff member at Steps of Success. We have folks just from all over, and they essentially do really active, engaged fundraising. We set a target goal for the scholarship committee every year, say we want to raise this much amount. Again, we have a long-term goal, and we'll be celebrating 10 years in 2024 for the scholarship committee. But each year we just actively are reaching out to individuals mostly. We may do events or try to raise awareness, but again, sort of like a fundraising campaign. Once the money comes in, we sort of decide, okay, we tally it. Okay, this is how much we were able to raise. And then we have a staff member who works pretty closely with the school to give that money to the school, since we don't have direct relationships with students or other educational organizations giving scholarships. We work with the school to determine who, here's a pot of money that we were able to raise through the BCF scholarship fund, and then the school will determine how to distribute that in conjunction with all the other scholarships that are available.
And does it, yes, thank you. And does it work that way for the other recipient groups that you had on that slide?
Well, it's a little bit different because other groups, let's say the Brookline Food Pantry might say, submit a proposal saying we would like, I'm making this number up, $50,000 to help with our Brookline Thrives program. And so our team will review that. We also have a program and grants committee that is made up of board members, BCF board members, who will review all the grant proposals, do site visits, sort of explore, do a deep dive on the different proposals that we get, and then make a recommendation about how much funding we want to give to the proposals. We quite often get way more proposals than we have resources to fund, unfortunately. So, depending on the kind of grant program it is, we, have a certain window of time where community organizations, nonprofits can submit proposals, and then we try to be as responsive as possible. The safety net program is a little bit different because it is, kind of essential needs, urgent needs. We try to sort of have that running year round, if you will. And, people need their rent paid, they need to get food, they need support paying their bills or what have you. So we try to keep that open and keep that process going. But when I say people, it's always through the, facilitated through a specific community organization. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Stephen?
Yeah, thanks for that presentation. Two quick questions, one related to David's. Is this the scholarship fund for higher education, or is it for accessing education in Brookline as well?
The scholarship, the BHS scholarship fund is specifically for high school students. And we have talked a lot about, broadening it for vocational. It can be higher education, vocational studies or what have you. But we do have our youth fund. We partner with.
Sorry. So it's entirely for costs pertaining to accessing a Brookline education.
No. The students are Brookline students, but they go wherever in the world.
But for secondary or tertiary ed? For secondary ed? Post-secondary.
Post-secondary or
okay, so it's not for secondary education access, like for books or fees or anything else?
No.
Okay, thanks.
But we do work with other organizations. So if there's actually one organization right now that we are working with because they want to help get school supplies for Brookline students of all ages. And so they might submit a proposal to us, and then we would review that and, give them funding so that they could provide supplies to Brookline students. It doesn't have to be just high school students.
Okay, I was just for my own clarification.
Yeah, sorry.
Thanks. And my other question was about the database or the dashboard that you're creating. Are you collecting new data as well, or is it mostly creating a space to visualize existing data pertaining to Brookline?
We're collecting new data, and as I said, the exciting thing about that is because we don't have to wait for the reports have historically just been based on 2020 or the census data, which comes out every 10 years. But with this database, we can update it much more regularly as we collect new data from other resources. So we can have more sort of real-time information about the different indicators and different facets of our community.
That's really exciting. If there are any indicators relating to education that you've determined already or that you're thinking about, we would love to hear about them.
Yeah, come to the event on November 2nd. We're going to reveal the database, and Dr. Guillory will speak to some of that data as well.
Great, thank you.
All right, Natalia.
I had a similar question to the one that Stephen just asked. So the current report is based on census data, but you're going to be collecting new data or just aggregating data sources? And I ask because I know the health department, for example, is having a push for the state health survey that in order to be able to pull out Brookline specific data, but they've only, I was talking to, to Sigal Reese this morning, and she said that very few people had completed that state survey from Brookline. And, would there be a way for you to support those efforts it's currently running, for example, and I think it could provide a ton of information, but it has very little, anyways, so I was just asking, like, what are you going to be running your own surveys or supporting other surveys that are running?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm actually on the steering committee for the community health assessment process. So I'm working with Sigal and the team on that. And they've used a lot of the data that we've already collected just as sort of preliminary research. We're not planning on putting out, and we do want to support and assist with the statewide survey that's going out because it informs the community health assessment process, which informs, we are all sort of kind of working together as our work is very much related. The report, which is already out in print and also available on our website, the Understanding Brookline report, which, like I said, is kind of more a deeper dive on economic inequality in Brookline. That was primarily based on 2020 census data. So even, that is somewhat dated. Of course, the world changed in 2020. So, we can look at that data as almost like a snapshot of where Brookline was at in 2020. Now, the database is something that we can update more regularly through other resources. We won't be sort of actively doing research or culling data ourselves, but we have lots of, access to different places. The community health survey, once that becomes out, that could be something that we profile on the database, or that folks, use the database to sort of lift up. So again, it's all emerging, and, we're trying to figure out how we as a community work together, also to not overburden people with like multiple surveys, different initiatives that are happening, but really wanting to get some good real-time data about what are some of the needs and opportunities in our community.
Thank you.
Suzanne?
Yes, thank you, David. Thank you for this. In full disclosure, I believe my daughter's first job out of college was at the BCF. So, and that was a few years ago, like 15 years ago. So that we have a special place in our heart.
To hire people from the community.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great job for her. Thank you. So I'm just wondering, what does your staff look like at this point? Just very quickly. I mean, are you agency of one? Do you have a staff?
No, we currently have 8 people on staff.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can you just name a few of their positions, not their names, but I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah. So I'll admit, I mean, speaking of economic, issues, we have 8 people on staff. Only one of them is a Brookline resident. We have a few people. I'm the executive director. I've been in this position since last October, so I'm coming up on my year anniversary. We have a couple of folks who are dedicated to working in the community engagement, our program and partnerships. We call it P&P. We have some program and partnership staff, that help with fundraising. We just hired a director of development. Really excited. She starts officially on Monday. So she will be helping me and another staff member who's been with the organization for 8 years, and really, culling the resources that we need to function and to reinvest back in the community. And then we have a director of operations, a manager of operations, supports some of our operation and development work, fundraising. And then we have an amazing finance director who, we can't live without her. She's incredible, and, manages our books, but also really helps us kind of manage the inflow and outflow of resources that we have.
And do you apply for grants as well, or it's all donated?
I mean, I could spend 30 minutes talking about how hard it is to fundraise in Brookline. One, because people don't think that these issues exist that we're trying to lift up, but when it comes to bringing in resources, and I think we're not the only ones who experience this, like people may think about poverty and they're going to think about places in Boston, like where I live, versus places in Brookline. So it's very hard, but I think we really want to push that the community needs to take care of the community. And, we talk about give where you live and really reinvesting. There are a lot of resources that go outside of Brookline, and we just want some of those to come back in because the need is very much here.
Very much so. Thank you so much for your work. It's so important.
Thank you.
Valerie?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I had a question on your indicators project. Are you collaborating at all with the Boston Foundation and their indicators project, so that you're
No.
not having to redo work on some of the towns?
Yeah, my understanding is the Boston Foundation's Indicators Project is specific to the city of Boston, but I could be wrong about that, not Greater Boston. There are many community foundations that have a very similar Indicators Project. If you go to Essex Community Foundation's website, in the North Shore, they've got a database. If you look at the Metro West Community Foundation, they have a database, and they all work with the same organization, CGR, who's been our key partner in this. So this is something that a lot of community organizations offer to the community, and the Boston Foundation is doing something similar. I think their focus is much more specifically around the racial wealth gap, if I remember correctly, but we're not working with them, and it's an interesting kind of like complexity to be this close to Boston, but in some ways so far apart from Boston.
Yeah, it sort of depends on the project. For housing, their Greater Boston Housing Report is actually Greater Boston and not just Boston.
Yeah, it's
So
the Greater Boston.
It's topic by topic with their indicators.
Okay.
Thanks.
Anyone else? All right, well, thank you again very much for this presentation. It was quite illuminating, and we will certainly look forward to more.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
So next up, we have discussion and possible vote on FY 2024 substitute teacher and substitute nurse pay rates. Dr. Givens?
Yes, you should have in your packet tonight some information about comps in the area for teacher subs and nursing subs. So what we would propose is that you increase our subs so that we're competitive in the area and are able to secure, short-term subs more readily for the upcoming school year.
All right, does anyone have any questions? All right, seeing none, would someone like to, okay, go ahead, Helen.
I'm sorry. So this is for daily sub rate, but are we competitive with our permanent subs?
These rates don't apply to.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just asking if we're competitive on that level for people who are permanent subs in the buildings.
So there's a different structure for that, Helen, and it appeared when we looked at that there was not necessarily consistency in how other school districts structured their payments for that, but we didn't think that they were completely out of the range like the daily sub rate was.
Thank you.
Dr. Givens, we clearly need this, but what's the total impact, projected impact on our budget for your proposed motion?
I don't have the exact numbers available tonight, but I can take a closer look at that and compare what our trend has been over the last couple of years compared to what we have in the current budget, but I don't have that information available at this point tonight.
Do you feel comfortable just ballparking it so we can have just an estimate of the impact? Feel free to say no.
I
To
honestly,
be clear,
yeah,
go ahead.
I don't have that information available for you tonight, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay. Anyone else?
I have a question, David, similar to Stephen's. Maybe an easier question is how many daily subs do we have? I didn't realize the difference. Even I'm the newest member of the school committee that Helen brought up, that there are some who are permanent subs, some are daily. Like, how do you have about how many daily subs we have per year, or is that too difficult to know? Like, how many days of daily subs, I guess, not how many.
Yeah.
Well, it ranges. So certainly time of year, as when Tricia was on earlier, illness with COVID and those types of things causes it to spike at times. My first year here, I was paying very close attention to the number of subs each day, just making sure we had coverage. And so that could range on a small day. 20 to 25, and on a good day, it could be 50 to 75 or better. And that also includes some of the longer term subs that are there. And then you have to think about also the folks that are on leaves and those types of things that are also in the substitute role. So depending on how the data is split, it could represent a multitude or a wide berth of individuals.
So that would be about, so the amount by which we're proposing to raise the sub pay is about $1,000. Would cost the district about $1,000 a day on average by your reckoning. Let's say on an average day, there are 50 people drawing this increase. So that'd be 180,000 for the year.
And
Thanks, Auntie.
we do, if I can.
Helen, go ahead.
Yeah, we do have a line item for substitute teachers in our budget. This is not like a totally new line item, and I'm sure there's some flex there too. I don't know the exact amounts, but as Dr. Gibbons said, she'll get back to us on that. There have been years where we've had to use more and gone into some reserves, and years when that hasn't been the case. Or at the high school, we don't get subs for classes that don't at times.
Suzanne?
Well, I guess what we're really asking, I mean, I don't expect Dr. Gibbons to give us the exact number, but, do we feel that it's within reason that we'll be able to meet that in the budget?
Just give us a number.
You did, yeah. So 180,000 sounds doable to me. I don't know.
Less than 1% of our budget.
Oh, yeah.
0.01.
Right, but even so, often there
1% of our budget.
are a lot of strains on the budget, and 180 is not an insignificant amount either. So I'm just wondering,
Right,
are
there's
we
also-
really confident that
also
we
two
can
admin
cover
staff.
this?
I will say that I am confident that we will be able to cover the expenses associated with offering a competitive rate. We do need to have coverage in our classrooms, and it's a high priority for us, and we will make sure that it's not something that's going to have a detrimental impact on us financially overall.
Is this approximate 180,000 estimate beyond what's already in the line item for substitutes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is,
So that would be in addition to.
Well, but we don't know how much of it we're going to spend.
yeah.
There's a line item budget. Sometimes we hit it, sometimes we go over it, sometimes we go under it.
I think it's safe to assume that this is an addition of approximately $180,000 to our budget, though.
Yes, that's right.
All right, so would someone like to move the motion? So the motion is to.
I'm sorry, can I ask one
Okay,
more
sure, go
question,
ahead.
please? Dr. Guillory, we are having trouble attracting substitute teachers and nurses. It does seem from this memo that we're not competitive with our offers.
So, and this is, again, something we looked at, I believe, last year as well. And so I just remember the HR team always lamenting, because again, I think some of the workarounds that we've tried to do to secure subs, we've actually had to advance to the long-term rate sooner. So there are concessions that we make just to be able to secure the folks, because again, earlier we were talking about the heat and the impact that has on learning, and certainly not being able to secure subs also has a similar detrimental impact there as well. So I think this notion of making ourselves more competitive with our peers, especially in this greater Boston market, because people want to work with us, work with our students, but if they can go across the street and make more, that tends to be a lure for them as well, even though they love us.
Wait, I'm sorry, but are we struggling to hire subs right now?
We,
Market is, the market
Okay.
is tough. Yeah, so
Thank
we're
you.
not doing this just for the sake of doing it, but we're doing this to maintain a competitive edge.
That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so I'll go ahead and move that we increase the per diem rate for substitute teachers to $135 and for nurses to $200, retroactive to September 1st, 2023. Is there a second? Andy seconds.
Just wanted to
Oh,
check
sorry, go
that
ahead.
about the retroactive bit. Is there going to be any problem making it retroactive, or is that straightforward to accomplish?
I've been told that the intent was to make it as of September 1st and that should be okay.
All right.
Do you still second? Yes. Okay, so Andy seconds. Stephen, your vote?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Natalia?
yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. All right. Next up, we have discussion and possible vote on capital improvement subcommittee's recommended CIP request. Helen?
I'm not that, oh, no, but I can have it here, but you guys need to be able to follow it. And the people at home need to be able to. But can we put it up on the screen? Great. Let me just start, and Dr. Gibbons, if you're still there, you can also chime in at any time.
Will do.
I'm sorry?
I said, will do.
Unless you want to present it, but I'm happy to do it. At the capital subcommittee, we discussed the capital improvements plan that was worked on collaboratively between the school committee, Dr. Gibbons, and Charlie Simmons to come out with what our proposals are for this year. And does everybody have that? And it's up on the screen. Okay, great. I think what I'll do is walk you through it to hopefully make it clearer, and then entertain any questions at any time that you want to ask them. The classroom capacity is the leases that we have for BEEP. There are 3 leases this year for Clark Road, Temple Emeth, or BEEP on Beacon, and BEEP at Putterham at Temple Emeth. Next year, the plan is not, we have informed the Clark Road Maimonides group that we are not going to be leasing for next year. Those students are present, some of the students are already in the BEEP program being housed at the Driscoll School, and others will go next year and will be distributed among some of the other elementary schools, along with the staff that we are hoping to have at both Baldwin and some of the elementary schools. So that's why you see that drop in the FY '25 request to 640,000. That would be the amount for the two leases. And the numbers that go out are the amounts that we would be increasing it over the years. Our leases end in 20. No, the ones that we're keeping? Just Clark Road for next year. That's all. This 640,000 that you see that our request is for the two temples. Okay. The furniture and fixtures line item is one that we've always had in the CIP. For next year, it includes some of the whiteboards and things like that that we need in schools. And then we have 75,000 after that. This year we got funded at 25,000. It's not clear where we'll get funded for next year, but these are our requests. The IEP accommodations line item is a new one for such things as air conditioning, if a IEP requires it, or such things as whatever sorts of physical things that somebody would need for an IEP. This would be these funds would be used for that. In the second year, in FY '26, there was a request by the Lawrence School about trying to expand the cafeteria and looking at that. Deferred maintenance is the monies that we got this year for the first time, I'd say in about maybe 6 years. We did have this mini CIP for many years. And Charlie was able to do, Mr. Simmons was able to do a lot of work within the buildings. There was about a 4 to 5 year, at least, time period where this line item was not funded, and we ran up quite a bit of expenses and needs. But this year, on October 12th, when's our meeting? No, for the school committee, when Mr. Simmons will come and present. October 12th, Mr. Simmons is going to come and present what happened with this $1 million that we got with pictures and everything, so that you can see what we were able to accomplish. And it is quite a bit. It was a really great collaborative effort between the building department and the school department. Karen King did an amazing job working with them to map out how, just getting the process moving and making sure that everything is done for school, the beginning of school this year. So we're requesting 2 million for next year, and then $1 million. And there's backup behind this that we will go over once we see if we get the money, because as last year, I think we asked for 2 million and we got 1 million. So then you have to start making priorities, and some of that will change. Long-term capital plan, we're asking for 250,000 to look at all of our buildings in terms of capacity, ability to continue in the same way, the town population, et cetera.
When was the last time we had one of those, Helen?
2012, I think it was. We had a demographic update after that.
Our document says that the last independent long-term capital plan was done in 2009.
Yeah. No, there was some update in 2012.
What we're proposing to submit.
Oh, I see. You're right.
Perhaps then this
By
needs to be
MGT,
updated.
right?
I don't know, but this is what we are planning to turn in, so we better update it if that's not true.
I'll check. I'll check. It may have been just the demographic study that was updated and not the rest, because the buildings hadn't changed that much in the 3 years. So it may have been just the demographic that was updated. But maybe we can look for the link to that and send it to the committee so you can see what we did the last time. It was a very thorough examination of every building, square footage, capacity, and the shape that the building was in. And then the last two items have to do with Baker School and the needed renovation expansion there. We have in FY '29, after we've finished with the Pierce School, 2.6 million in there for the Baker feasibility study. And then the TBD would be, we don't know how much it's going to cost. The feasibility study will tell us that. But the amount will certainly be a debt exclusion. It can't, the CIP funding can't manage that. Let me stop there and ask questions about this, and then I can just go through the rest pretty quickly. Yeah.
So Helen, on the Lawrence cafeteria expansion, if the feasibility study says that needs to happen, would that come under CIP or would that have to?
Then we would have to request something, depending on the cost.
Right.
I mean, it may be using, rooms differently or something like that.
Okay.
There's a real problem with Lawrence in that capacity because there's Article 97 land all around it. So you can't really build out. The park, the Lawrence School Park, is Article 97 park. It's not a school park. Okay, and so even when we built the Lawrence School back when we renovated it, and right now I'm blocking on the year that happened, but it was before Runkle, whenever that was. We wanted to make the library larger because we felt the school needed a larger library. And because of Article 97, we couldn't build out into the playground a little further. So, yeah, I think it's a placeholder more than anything else. It may be monies just to rearrange walls and stuff within the building.
Has there been any feasibility work on building upward?
We did an expansion of Lawrence in the parking lot. We built 4 classrooms there when the population was really high. We added 4 modular classrooms that you actually can't tell it's an addition, but we did do that. So, did I answer your question?
Yes, that helps. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, no, probably not because of earthquake resistance. You have to have this is an old building, most of it. There's some new parts, but I don't think it was built with the idea of building on top of it.
So Helen, I just had on the narrative, it has highlighted in yellow, the school committee voted on each of these. Have we voted on this, or you're asking?
Not yet.
Oh, okay, because it
No,
says
this is
school committee.
draft, sorry. It
Or
should
just
say
says school
draft.
committee voted to request 50,000,
Yeah.
200,000. No, we're doing that tonight.
We're doing that tonight.
Okay, I was confused about that.
Yeah, all of this is for tonight. Any other questions on the actual CIP that we are requesting?
Natalia, go ahead.
I just have a question on CIP more broadly, Helen, especially after, in the summer, the conversation around accessibility and playgrounds and some discussion of what shouldn't that have been through CIP. Like where can you fill me in a little bit as to how, so we're voting out to FY 30s. Is it every year that we review the future? Or how does it work?
Yeah.
Overall?
Now, this is these numbers change.
Yeah.
You notice, for instance, Baldwin was in here for years, but it was in the out years. So what we are voting is actually the FY 25 one.
Okay.
The following years are just for our knowledge, and will probably change with different circumstances. Does that?
Yeah, it makes sense. I was just, for example, deferred maintenance seems to fluctuate a lot year by year. And if it's deferred maintenance for me, I don't understand what is behind it, but you said that there's a lot.
So that can be stuff like painting, can be flooring, can be bathroom renovation, can be.
Yeah, and I guess for FY 25, it's bigger than future years because you said FY 24, you asked for 2 million and you only got 1, so you're carrying forward that
We're
1.
trying, yes, and we're
Okay,
trying
that's the
to
type of thing. Okay.
to catch up with that,
Okay.
exactly.
And
this-
issues of accessibility, do those come up in CIP or where would those, around playgrounds having and things like that?
So that, I'm going to go through the DPW
Later.
ones. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think it's the DPW ones. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing for 2025, right?
Yeah, so, okay, let me, if it's okay with everybody else to move on to the playgrounds. So the playgrounds are also another interesting piece. So like I said, Lawrence Playground is a town playground. Pierce Playground is a town playground, which was renovated just recently. Whenever we do a school project, we totally renovate the playground of the school, wherever that may be. When we did the Lawrence School, we renovated the playground at the same time. So that's sort of in the mix, but is not part of what we would have in the regular CIP. The schools that you see noted here right now, Lincoln Heath, Lawrence, which has a 0 there, and Baker. Well, we put Baker out in the out years because we are assuming it will be part of the renovation project. For Lincoln and Heath, it becomes difficult because the DPW has their playground requests, which are separate from our playground requests. And we're trying to get them back together somewhat and trying to sort of be fair in terms of what we request of the town. So at this point, and it's not clear that Lincoln would be in 30, it might be sooner because from what I understood, I mean, and those move. That's the best way, depending on the condition and where we're at the time when we get to those playgrounds. It's something that we need to keep our eye on, basically. So that's the DPW part. We're trying to work together with them. I'm sure if they had more money, they would do it. I know that they want to renovate. They do maintain the playgrounds and make sure that they're still safe, that the equipment is safe. So that continues. But if anybody who's ever seen the Lincoln Playground, there's this sort of big bowl there that's difficult to play in. You can't really play a lot of games there. And it just needs a renovation. It hasn't been touched since the new Lincoln was built. The Boylston Street Playground will be done after the Davis Path Bridge gets built. Okay, so that's for playgrounds. And then the building department always puts forward these items that you see below. HVAC is heating and air conditioning. We are in the process, and this is really very preliminary, of getting rid of all of our oil tanks in town. There's a number of them. Some of them are school-related, some are town-related, fire department, etc. But all those oil tanks will be going. Charlie's got this, as I mentioned earlier, a process going of putting in these split systems that are electric and trying to use them for the majority of the year and only use the gas when we need to heat the building when the temperature goes below 50 degrees. So the line items of ADA renovations, that might be like a ramp or some sort of door opener, things like that. So he has a fund for that. Elevator renovations, elevators need to be serviced, maintained all the time, and we have a number of elevators in our buildings, and that's what maintains them with these funding.
The note for that suggests that we don't pay the bulk of that payment. Am I misunderstanding, Helen?
Say that again?
Under the notes, it says about 7% is PSB. Where would the rest come from?
That may be for next year. I mean, it's sort of where
I'm just looking at elevators.
yeah, I'm looking for the note.
It's in the column of the table, the very last column.
Do you want me to speak to that, Helen?
Yeah, sure.
So what we
I'm not an elevator expert, that much I can tell you.
Yes, so the notation in that column represents approximately what was set aside in Charlie's plan for school versus town. So so if we're reading the elevator one, for example, what that means is about 7% of the funds that he set aside for projects in his CIP requests, 7% were related to the school and 93% were related to town elevators in town buildings. So that's what that notation is. So if it says 80% PBS, that means 80% of what he has in that particular request were attributable to projects in our school. And
So the row represents the costs due to PSB, which are 7% of the total costs for town plus school,
No,
or no?
no. So for instance, of the 100,000.
Oh, so then the building subtotal doesn't represent the building subtotal due to PSB.
no, correct.
Okay, thanks.
So it's 7% of the 100,000 that would be devoted to our
Right.
elevators.
So what I just want to understand then is that the gray at the bottom, the subtotals and totals don't represent what we are paying.
No. And this comes from the CIP. This is not from any funding of ours, all this, these items. And as it says, town and school, though, in the CIP book, it's listed under schools. It's not listed under the town, just so everybody's aware of that.
Can I ask, are there general principles that determine whether something sort of goes under buildings or under sort of our PSB requests?
That's above my pay grade.
Well, but okay, well, never mind principles, but then what is the process?
Yeah.
That shakes it out?
So it's need and safety. Of how it's determined what's paid, or how it's determined how it's allocated.
How it's out, like whether it counts as, or whether it gets charged to quote unquote buildings or to us.
It doesn't, so none of this, as I said before, comes out of our budget. This comes out of the CIP, which is funded through free cash. And depending on the amount of free cash, they either have more or less money to be able to put into the CIP. Some of it does get bonded, but that's a little more complicated. But just think about it as free cash paying for this. And then Charlie determines first on safety, and then on the needs or the how old the item might be, what to spend the money on. So for instance, the elevators, most of it is just for maintenance and for preventative maintenance. Many of these items are preventative maintenance. Some of them have to do with upgrades. Some have to do with repairs if a window gets broken.
So can I interrupt maybe with a follow-up question, which is, okay, so for example, why are ADA renovations listed under buildings here, whereas IUP accommodation renovations are listed under PSB? So that's question one, just as an example, right?
And what was the second one?
Well, so under PSB, we have accommodations.
This is not
for IEPs.
part of, so
under buildings, we have renovations that are needed for ADA compliance. So, why does one go under PSB and one go under buildings? And then my second question is, does that make any practical difference? Does it matter? Okay, so this is just bookkeeping. It doesn't actually make any practical difference on the ground as to what gets funded.
Exactly.
Okay,
And
then
what gets
maybe the other
funded
questions
and what
don't
gets
matter.
fixed. And what gets fixed. So this,
So it's all
percentages,
one big CIP, and these classifications don't actually influence how money gets spent.
exactly.
But
But let me make it clear, this last item under the notes is something that Mariah added this year. That was never there. And I think part of it was because, the advisory committee, sometimes the town feels that the schools get the majority of the money in the CIP. Well, we do in terms of renovations, because our renovations cost more, but we also are, this comes out as if it's the school's budget on the buildings, but it's actually the town and schools. So that's why she was trying to get from Charlie, correct me if I'm wrong, Susan, please, the more or less the percentage of the amount that it pertains to the schools, but she didn't do it for everything. So I wouldn't put a lot of credence in it right now.
So then when we vote perhaps tonight, are we voting only on the part that is labeled PSB or on all of this?
Yes, we're voting only on the PSB part and only on fiscal year 25,
Okay, got
I
it.
think, right? Or do
David?
we-
More broadly, and
then
then it was, yesterday's discussion was support, so supporting DPW's request.
Oh, yes, we're supporting the other fiscal, but do we just vote the fiscal year 25 or the entire CIP? What do we, 30 CIP? Yeah, okay, so we're at this
Suzanne?
point, but with the knowledge that we can change this vote next year if things change.
So Helen, help me understand where the HVAC is helping us with
Okay, so
the conditioned air and air conditioning.
okay, so
And
there's two places.
Where is that on here?
So
Where are we?
within the deferred maintenance,
Uh-huh.
there's money to upgrade the electrical service at Heath.
Okay,
You can't put in more
yeah, no, I understand.
split systems there until that's upgraded.
Right,
So that's one area that it's in. The other one, this 200,000 is sort of like a revolving account. We buy the split systems, we install them, we get a rebate from Mass Save, and then we buy new ones and install them and then get a rebate. And it's sort of that sort of process. For instance, one of the things we talked about, I'm going to do my whole capital piece now, so I don't have to do it later. One of the things at the capital subcommittee that we talked about was the problems at the high school in the new building. And Charlie talked about the issues there, et cetera, which at this, it's basically the system is a problem, wasn't designed appropriately, and they're trying to get a third party, maybe some litigation, et cetera. But in the meantime, he bought 8 split systems for that area. Once that gets resolved, those 8 split systems, which are brand new, could go into another building, into other classrooms.
so I get all that. I'm just wondering, we only have 200,000 here for 24. That's already done. We're not even voting on any. He has.
Well, he hasn't
pending.
finished. He hasn't finished.
Okay, but I mean.
So the pending,
Yeah.
you see, that he hasn't finished. We've done our piece. He has not done his piece.
It's just if we're recommending it, I would want some money across the board there, no?
So in
Because
the
we're-
past, he's always had 200,000 across the board.
Okay.
I'm not sure why he didn't just put that in this year. I wasn't, Susan, did he talk about that?
Yeah, so I'll respond to a couple of questions that have been asked. So on the HVAC, he was reevaluating the amount that he put in based on current need. So the 200,000 had been carried forward, but he was going through a reassessment. And with the eye to, do we need to increase that? As Helen said, we make the investment and then we recoup the investment. Where we wind up having to bear cost is for installation. So that's why you see in our lines, the money for the electrical, but in his lines are the seed money in order to be able to move forward with procuring the actual equipment. So so that's kind of how, and I'm not sure why or what the history is on how things are split, but the way Melissa explained it to me is there's certain fund categories that the town has opted to fund on a recurring basis. And the items that are listed under the town are set-asides, as she called them, that are funded each year in the CIP on a regular basis. So ADA is an example of that. The elevators are an example of that. But for HVAC, Charlie's looking to see if that amount should be altered. And he just didn't have time with all the other things that we were doing to try to finish up some of the projects in the schools to be able to complete his assessment. So that's why those items on the building side are yellow, because he didn't have time to complete his work there in time for our process on the school side to bring it forward tonight. As far as ADA, why ADA down in the buildings and yet IEP, we're asking for a separate appropriation out of CIP for us. And that has to do with the ADA is something that's town-wide that needs to be addressed, and is really driven by, you know, as Helen said, needs that arise sometimes in more urgently in some areas of town than in others. The IEP piece this year, or as we close FY23, we had to come up with about $45,000 over the course of the year to meet the needs of student IEPs. They weren't things that we could budget for up front. So what we thought would be a better approach is to set aside a set amount like the town does for IEPs, you know, following their model of about $50,000 that's funded every year. It may be 60,000 next year, and it may be 40 or 30,000 the year after, but that money works kind of similar to a revolving fund where the balance of it carries forward when you set it up in that fashion. So that's what our thinking is on the IEP. It's something that we know that's dictated by the needs of students, where the other is dictated by maybe the needs of the broader public. But we wanted to really feel like we had money set aside because this happens on a regular basis. And where all building expenses for the most part are carried under Charlie's budget and not under ours, we wanted to make sure that there was money set aside for a specific need that we'd identified. So that's why you see the IEP piece up in ours, and down in the town, you see ADA, because that's a set aside amount that they fund year in, year out to address everyone's needs. So hopefully that answers your question there.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. That's really helpful.
So is there a typical classroom that we would know what it would cost to put the splits in? Or, I mean, how much does 200,000 buy us? Does it get us 10 classrooms? Does it get us 20 classrooms? I mean, what?
I'm trying to think how much I spent for mine.
I know classrooms are different sizes.
I think about eight, I would say.
10 is the number that popped in.
10?
10 is the
Yeah, because
number
we
So
probably get a
for 200,000, you might get 20 classrooms. Can you think of it like that?
Sounds like it's half of that, 10.
What's that?
Oh, yeah, two.
Weren't you saying it's 10 classrooms for
Yeah.
200,000? So 10.
Oh, 10, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No, that's,
and I know that he put in this year, you know, every summer he has been putting these in. As the principals requested, trying to determine which are the most, you know, the hottest classrooms. And, you know, like I said, you know, starting at the third floor, I think almost every third floor of every building is air conditioned, especially on the south side where the heat comes.
yeah, I'm just, again, concerned that, you know, if you're doing 10 or 20 classrooms, that's going to take us a long time.
We've
to
been
get-
doing it for a long time.
I know, but don't we only have half of them done so far? Isn't that what?
I think that's what he said at the meeting.
So I don't know how many classrooms we have, but I would guess we still have quite a few to do. I'm
Well,
just, gonna-
but
I
no,
just,
we have buildings that are already set.
no, I understand
Two
that.
buildings that will be already
I
set.
understand that, yeah.
Yeah, it's there. We may need to think about, you know, do we have the capacity?
Yeah, that's what I'm
to
wondering.
Make it happen, but also you know, how do we find the money? you
Right.
know? And I'm not sure. There's a lot of competing interests in town.
And to Suzanne's point, I think it would be helpful to know how many more classrooms are left overall, so we can get a better idea about the
I
scope.
asked Charlie at the meeting to give us a rundown of each school. So maybe for our next meeting, I can,
I mean, that would give us a sense of,
yeah.
you know, how big a project are we talking about? I mean, is this a $2 million? Is this a $5 million investment, you know, to get?
And there, for instance, at the old Driscoll, once they move out, there are some rooms that are air conditioned.
Right.
You can take those systems.
Right, and I
and
understand
put
you
them
want to
into,
take.
you know, so you know, there are many ways to do this?
I think since it's such a big concern, and we've talked about it quite a bit in terms of the heat and the need for certainly conditioned air, that we should maybe have a little plan about this.
Mhm.
And, some sense of how long it might take us to get where we want to be.
Timeline is.
Yeah, yeah.
And we-
And
that-
what's-
well,
and what might
I think we start with finding out what the reality is.
That would
how
be
many
helpful.
Classrooms, because I'm sure, all those classrooms that we saw are not air conditioned. But we don't know the end of how many are.
Right. So I don't know who does that, but I guess
Oh,
Capital.
that's Charlie would know that.
Yeah, okay, that would be
Because
helpful.
their system tells them, their ability to read the heat in every room and.
Yeah, that would be helpful to have a plan, timeline with some kind of
Yeah, we'll
estimated
work on
budget. Okay, thank you, Helen.
All right, we're running significantly over time for this item,
I
so
would like to propose the following then. Let us just at least vote our CIP, the fiscal year 25 CIP, and then go on from that afterwards. But to just concentrate on that piece, I think that's a better vote at this time.
By our CIP, you mean only the PSB listed items?
Correct.
Okay. So then later on, once Charlie finalizes the
Once
buildings
Charlie
part, we might
finalizes.
revisit.
Right, and we
part.
hear exactly where DPW is, if this is the way they're going to keep it.
I mean, is it possible that what we would want to put on the PSB side might depend on what Charlie's able to get in the buildings side?
Well, I think it would come out of the deferred maintenance. If we determine that we don't.
But then we might want to
whatever's on
increase our
that.
request for deferred maintenance if something doesn't get funded on Charlie's side.
I possibly, but we can revisit this if we vote it, and we can revisit it and vote it,
So what's the point of voting it now if we might have to revisit once Charlie
because
reports?
I think it's due on the 28th. Is that correct, Susan?
It's due the end of the week.
The end
Our,
of the
our- ours is due into Melissa the end of the week.
Like
And
tomorrow.
Charlie, hadn't finished up his part.
Friday.
Tuesday.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
all right, so there's some time pressure. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, I just want to make sure that that you understand that in our 25 CIP requests, it includes updating and upgrading the Heath electrical so that we can address that issue at the Heath School. Also included in our request is funding for the remainder of the Lincoln School. So we would be renovating the second and third floor and the remainder of the classrooms, which I believe are only on the second floor. Only the second floor at the Lincoln School don't have the systems in place right now, and that would address the rest of those classrooms next
Don't
year.
have the AC systems. That's
Yeah.
correct.
The third floor and the first floor are done now in Lincoln because we finished that this year.
Yeah, he did the first floor, all the AC this year, and we did the renovation of the first floor this
Right.
year.
And so that's why his is yellow. So we had asked him for updated information so we could have a better sense of what classrooms are left. And what are the hot spots? And then he could put in his budget into the HVAC piece, what we felt were, reasonable numbers to be able to timely address this issue. So.
All right, so Helen moved that we support the FY25 CIP request for PSB. Is there a second?
Sure.
Suzanne seconds. Stephen, your vote?
Yeah.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Natalia?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. All right, thank you very much for walking us through that, Helen. It was
I'm still.
very complicated.
It is. And I took a little more time, I think, to just try and explain it to everybody so you know what it is you're voting and what we're getting or may get. I mean, just because we vote this doesn't mean we get the money. So just to be aware of that.
Can I just say, Helen, I really appreciate the way this was presented this year. I just find this table really much easier to digest than oh, maybe it's my slowly growing experience on the school committee, but it's much easier for me to understand this. I found the budget narrative really helpful as well. So thank
Okay.
you for helping.
Well,
put
no,
it
this,
together.
you have to give thanks to Mariah also and to Susan Givens who worked on this.
Then thank
I
you,
did the
Mariah and Dr.
explanation, but,
Givens.
They were the ones who worked on the numbers.
It was really helpful for my understanding.
All right, so next up, we have discussion and possible vote on district mission, vision.
No, don't we have the Davis Path footbridge? Let me finish.
Sure, we can do that. Go ahead.
Then I don't have to, then you don't have to hear me anymore. So also at the Capital Subcommittee, which many of you were at, we had a full presentation of the Davis Path footbridge, the plans of what they want to do there. This is the bridge that goes from Route 9 over the T-tracks into, well, not into Brookline Village, but towards Emerson Park there. And that bridge was condemned. They took it down. There's the need to redo it, and the DPW is looking to get a grant from the federal government for, I think they're looking at $9 million to do this footbridge, to build a new one. It's more of a ramp that goes over the tracks and then stairs and an elevator down, basically, and a ramp down to the park. They came to present to us and asked us for our support. We asked a lot of questions because the timing could be at the same time as the Pierce School. And we were concerned about that. And the way that they had set up the staging took up half the park. And so I had spoken both with Aaron Schutt-Galantine, the commissioner, and at the meeting, we spoke about, well, this is really not going to work for the school. We need more space. But, the issue, I think, and the reason that we felt that we should support this, the recommendation from the subcommittee to support this, was because it's not clear we're going to get this money in the first round. We may have to go back and do it again. So at least to get in line, also with construction, one never knows when construction is going to begin. So that in many respects, this is an important item for the town, and it's important for us to be supportive of DPW. They do a lot for us, throughout all our grounds they maintain. They take care of our parks. And I think that, if the town can save money on this footbridge by getting a grant of this magnitude, I would like to recommend that we support it.
All right, Natalia?
And I wasn't there yesterday, Helen, but was there discussion about the timing, that how long it takes for the footbridge? Because I've heard a lot of parents who, Pierce parents who were hoping that that footbridge could happen.
I know.
They could use it. But I was wondering, would it be able to use it the last year of the Pierce?
No.
We're many years ahead. Okay.
Unfortunately, no, it will not make any difference for Pierce, except in the use of the playground. Unfortunately, it's the timing, it takes forever to do the plans, to get the T to agree to it, because in order to build over the T, they have to stop the trains, we have to pay for buses, just like we did with the high school project.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember or not, but the answer is no, it won't.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
All right, anyone else? And just to address that construction staging, I believe a part of the presentation yesterday that the OPM is going to look at utilizing the hotel to some extent, the hotel parking garage, to minimize space. So I think that'll be beneficial in terms
Well,
of.
they don't even have an OPM yet, but that would be one of the things they would do. And part of the reason they can't even say how much space, the laydown space is why they need part of the park. How much they would need, how much work they can get done over the summer. That was one of the things I was pushing for. Why not do, the huge part in the summer when the kids aren't there? So I think if the money comes, I think there'll be lots of conversations that we'll be part of.
All right, so would you like to move
I
the support
recommend
letter?
that the full school committee issue a letter of support for the town of Brookline's Davis Path Footbridge Replacement Project to accompany their application for a U.S. Department of Transportation Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods Construction Grant.
All right, Suzanne seconds.
Sorry, this is a motion just for a letter of support to DPW's grant application.
That goes in with the application.
Okay, thank you.
Stephen, your vote?
Yeah.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Natalia?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And I also vote yes.
Can I do one?
Sure, go ahead.
Before we move on, can I ask, would the letter of support specifically talk about the connection to the old Lincoln School, or would it be more just kind of general?
Yes, they would be talking about the school being able, the students being able to use that space. I don't actually, they gave us, yeah, we're directing you to look at it and sign it, basically.
Okay.
And the superintendent, I think, both, I think is what they wanted.
All right, Helen wants to address more capital matters. Go ahead.
I'm just full of building stuff today. So I wanted to talk about the building commission meeting last night, where there was a discussion also about the Pierce School. And there is every time, a presentation. And one of the items that came up was the timeline. And I know it's been discussed, I think, on some town meeting members' things. So I want to make things clear of why the timeline will be the way we are looking at it now. The building commission is moving towards doing an early package on the building to take down the building so that the architect will be able to see what's there before he finishes his drawings and puts it out to bid. It makes sense because there will probably be unforeseen conditions there. That being said, so the timeline then would, originally we had talked about moving out in February of next year. And in looking at what, the delays that we had, both with the vote, with the debt exclusion vote, and then with getting started with the contracts, we were already, somewhat pushed back. And so it seemed to make more sense not to have the kids move twice in the middle of the year, but only once. So moving out at the end of the year, we know for sure. Moving back in, they can't tell you today when exactly we would be moving in, because you don't know what you're going to run up against, and it may go much smoother than what they're expecting. So those are,
What do you mean moving twice?
Moving twice in the middle of the year, I think I wasn't
What's
clear.
The students. So
Students.
moving out middle of the year and moving in middle of the year.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
It's just easier in a school system, as you probably are aware,
I see.
to move out at the end of the year, move in at the beginning of the year. Unfortunately, that didn't happen at Driscoll, but we're hoping here, at least we can know for sure when we move out. We can't know for sure when we move in. The goal is still to get in for September of 27, but it may go to October or November.
So does this essentially 4-month delay have financial implications?
I asked that question exactly because I said the schools don't want to move. We will move earlier if this is going to cost us money. Quote unquote from the contractor, who probably will be the contractor for the entire project, it will be negligible. And it would come out of the contingencies that we already have. It may even be zero.
Okay. Then
I mean, we were told about how much escalation per month. So how can there no longer be sort of a month-by-month escalation?
Because by then they will have, they're still bidding it in the same time framework. It's just when it begins. So the bids will be out for the demolition, according to the time framework that they originally put together. And the bids for the full project will be out.
So
The
does that mean,
demolition bids
Helen,
first. Yes.
sorry, does that mean you'll have the GMP at the same time that you're gonna have the GMP?
So we will have 2 GMPs. That was the whole thing, to have an early project or early package that would go out for the demolition, just the demolition, the site demolition of the 70s building, and some, I think, around the historic building, but mostly the 70s building. And then there would be the full GMP. So there'd be 2 after that demolition was completed.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
What is the,
Like the high school that had 3 GMPs, and that's where we ran into trouble with the price escalating.
what does the timeline look like for the bidding process and demolition?
I'm sorry, I don't have it. Let me bring it to you next time.
Okay.
Okay, rather than me just doing it off the top of my head. I know the begin date, I know the end date. The bidding, they would have to do there's all sorts of things that have to happen with the bidding. There has to be pre-qualifications of the trades that would be working on the project, and then you put it out to bid. So it's a,
Well, regardless of the specific dates, I guess what I'm more interested in knowing, would the bidding process be completed prior to demolition?
the full bidding process, no.
And what would be the difference in
So there would,
timeline?
the first package would be bid, the demolition project would be, put out to bid in the regular process that we always do. There would be a GMP for that process. Then, once that's complete, they're still working on the architect during this time is still working on the design, and will then be able to incorporate whatever they find in the demolition into the bid documents for the full project, for the rest of the project.
I'm just a bit concerned about demolishing a building before we have bids on the
So
architectural
that was
design.
exactly what the building commission talked about and were concerned, and they wanted, there will be a letter, and I can share it with the school committee certainly, that the OPM is putting together with the contractor of why this is necessary to do it. Because you can't, it will save us money in the long run to have this done first.
Has it,
The engineers and contractors on the building commission were convinced of that.
was this the same order that we went in for Driscoll, for FRR, for the high school?
Same order of.
Meaning that demolition occurs prior to bidding on the architectural design? Was that,
No, because at Driscoll, we built on the empty field.
Right, we're doing Driscoll last at
Driscoll had 1 GMP.
last. Yep.
The bids came in too high, we had to go out to bid again. But we only had one GMP. At the high school, we had 3, so they did some demolition, then, I can't remember what the 3.
Sorry, just to support what David's saying, I understand that you're saying that this is a potential efficiency, but it also is a potential risk, is it not?
Well, it is and it isn't. It's not a building we want to keep kids in. And we do have the old Lincoln School, which is within a quarter mile. So, I mean, we know we have money to build a new school, and we will keep within that budget.
how can we really know that though, if we don't have the bidding completed prior to demolition?
The full building?
Right, if we don't know the architectural bidding prior to demolition, how do we know it's within budget?
So it's like which comes first, the chicken or the egg? You can't know what's underneath without taking it down. So let's say the architect does a plan and then finds, I don't know, X down there, but that's not included in that plan. We get a change order for that. And each time they find something else there, there's another change order. So, we're really, the benefit risk is in our favor to take the building down, see what's there, and have the architect during that process, do the design that takes into account whatever needs to happen. If you want, I can get the OPM to come here and explain it better than me, because that's not,
Well, we have, on Tuesday, we have the first meeting since the spring, I think, of the
Yes.
Pierce Building Committee.
correct.
And so there will probably be a presentation there about it, and we
There
can,
definitely
and
will
we
be.
can bring back a summary for the school committee at our next
Or you
meeting.
can come to the meeting,
Hmm.
sit in on the meeting. It's at 4 o'clock on Tuesday, the 19th, I think it is, which I need to talk to you. I messed up. I didn't realize double booked, but I'm going, I have to go to the Pierce. So, yeah, maybe we can find a different time or earlier or something like that.
Anyone else have questions
Any
for
other
Helen regarding
questions?
this?
Yeah, can I just also make the comment that is it your opinion, Helen, that you'd prefer to delay than to move twice?
No, it's not. We're moving twice no matter what. We're moving out and we're moving in.
Right, but if
It
you
is
move at the end of the year,
Jamie Yadoff, the principal, and Susan, who was at the meeting too, said, both of them said, it is much easier for staff, for students to move out at the end of the year if we know that if there's a chance that at the other end, if we knew for sure that we moved out in February, we'd get in September of 27, that was 100%, we may do that, but we don't know that for
right?
sure.
I'm just asking because it seems to me that there will be many potential opportunities for delays,
Oh, yeah,
and they are to be avoided if possible, right?
right. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I think they're giving us a conservative timeline, the contractor to CYA, and so I think that, we have to go with what they say, and this is what they know today. The building may come down easier. They may be less.
I'm talking about something else. I hear you on that completely. I thought we were talking about the separate issue. Were these not two separate issues? One of having to demolish the building to determine what was underneath in order to bid it. That's issue one. And then issue two is that the potential delay relating to what would be least disruptive to students and staff. Was that not a separate issue?
It's not a delay. What they're saying is that the cost would be negligible to wait until July 1st to.
Right,
to
and
do
you're saying that's the
demolition.
same issue. You should wait. I'm confused.
Can I try?
Sure.
Okay, all right. So there were
Could be me.
delays, yes. There are two issues, but there is some interconnectivity to them. So the one issue is for bidding purposes. The thought process of the commission, with agreement of, I think, everyone present, was that it's far more risky to try to put the bid documents together and have enough contingency built in to contain the costs when there's so many unknowns in this particular project because of the nature of where it's located.
I understand that issue.
So the idea was that if we could, we'd be able to put together documents for the bid for the main package of the bid that had we felt were had more were more specific so that we could hold them accountable, so we wouldn't have as many change orders on the second half. And in doing so, we would be able to keep the project within the amount of money that was allocated for it. So it was less risky in the
So
long
I
run.
understand everything you've said so far, and I saw that all as the first issue.
Okay.
The second issue is that because of when the bond or the project was approved, it delayed us being able to get the contracts in place in time for them to start doing some of the tasks this summer.
The contract.
Would allowed us to have stayed on, yeah, would have allowed us to stay on the original schedule of moving out in February. And so when that shifted, then the soonest we would be able to move out of the current Pierce site would have delayed it until April. And so moving at the end of April would have been even more disruptive, actually, as you're approaching the end of the year and all the testing that goes along with it. To move in April would have been more disruptive. So we asked the question, if we waited and we did not move until 2 months later in July, would there be any implications financially for that? Because there would be tremendous benefit educationally to stay in the same place.
Right. I that's what I was asking about. So now I understand better. Thank you, Dr. Gibbons. So it was already backed up to April. So you were saying, is there any difference between moving in April and moving at the end of the school year at the end of June?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So so I was just questioning whether we could. I thought it was a longer period than 2 months, but now that it's just 2 months, it feels harder to question to me. I thought we were still talking about February to the end of the school year. Okay.
Another question I have, though, so if the issue that led to the delay is when the bonding vote took place, it was known for quite some time when the bonding vote would take place. And at least up until that moment, the schedule was to move out in February. So was there,
Yes, there was two other pieces. The contracts with the architect and the contractor and the OPM were delayed, partly because of the lack of staff in the building department and getting to the contracts. If you remember correctly, we had a special meeting to vote the contract so that we could get moving. So that was the other piece that happened. And that was on us, on the town, that there just wasn't the staff there to do it. Yes, it should have been done ahead of time. I pushed for it for a month.
Natalia?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, Jamie sent an email to Pierce parents, and I would say overwhelmingly parents are relieved by this new timeline, although, obviously parents who have younger than sixth graders will feel it on the way back in, but for sixth, seventh, and eighth graders, they're going to avoid any disruption, right? Because they'll presumably go to the high school after holding. So I just want to stress that I think at this point, parents were questioning a lot why a February move, with the idea that even under best case scenario would be a September return, but what if it became October and then it was anyways futile? So I should just say that's been my sense, what I've heard, parents feeling relieved.
Thank you. I think that I am done.
All right. So now we will move to discussion and possible vote on district mission, vision, and core values goals. And since Stephen was the primary drafter of this and has done an outstanding job, I'd like to have Stephen lead the discussion of it.
Thanks, David. So we reviewed this all once before, right?
Yes.
In full committee? Okay. So since then, what's changed? A few things have changed. Should we pull it up on the big screen? Thanks, Betsy. While Betsy's pulling it up, there very little has changed. I renamed the goals so that they're all grammatically parallel. We don't lead with gerunds anymore. They're all noun phrases. And I cleaned up the last and newest goal, which is now called Ethic of Wellness. Mariah liked that phrase in the first sentence. So maybe we'll just scroll down to goal 6 first, because that's the only place where there's substantial changes. So if you want to scroll all the way down to, just a little bit further, there it is. I thought of a few other phrases like ethic of care, but that turns out to have philosophical valences. And then I heard Dr. Guillory today in sharing his convocation speech mentioned fostering a culture of care. Maybe that's a more apt title for this if it dovetails better with your vision, Dr. Guillory. But the idea remains that there's both the PSB wants to promote both an individual, both individual wellness and a collective wellness, individually defined more around social and emotional development, and collectively defined around sustainability. So it's a brief goal. Maybe we could take the time just to look it over. I think it's just 3 sentences. If you haven't seen it before. But then the rest of it, they're only very minor edits other than making the titles parallel.
All right, Natalia, is that a fresh hand?
Yeah, it's a fresh hand.
Okay, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, Stephen, the whole document is really, really great. Thanks for all the work you put into it. For this one, I find ethic of wellness a little wonky as a title, but I'll let people think that through. But my only comment is the last sentence. I find stewards of the earth and its people a bit strange, like stewards of the earth and all living things, maybe, but stewards of people, I don't quite understand. So that is just an editorial comment, either good stewards of the earth and living things, but not people at the very end, I would say.
Okay.
I also had one more sentence, and I know maybe we're not supposed to be doing nitpicking last sentences, but the last sentence of celebration of difference also to me is, I'm not quite clear what is being said in that last sentence. So those were just 2 comments I had, but overall, I thought this was great.
Okay. Did you pull up the, are you looking at it as a PDF? Okay, I'm just taking notes in the Google Doc. And sorry, so your other comment, Natalia, was the last sentence of celebration of difference.
Differences, because it says we strive to include the full range of Brookline voices, past and present. So I didn't understand what past and present was referring to. And then not just our academic curriculum, but in all, maybe it's not in.
There's a missing word, thanks. Not just in our academic curriculum, but in all. Yeah,
But also past and present, I wasn't sure what exactly you were referring to. I could see the history of Brookline, but I wasn't sure that's what you meant. So I wanted to clarify.
Oh, that was supposed to refer to current Brookline voices as well as past Brookline voices. I think I was thinking of the renaming as I put that clause in, but I'm open to any suggestions that you all have. I'm happy to change it or remove it as you like.
I personally think the past and present is confusing because people might interpret it in different ways. So I would just strike that and just keep not in just our, but if others feel strongly, I don't mind.
Okay. David, what is the process from here on out?
Essentially, we vote on this and then it becomes our official district mission, vision, and core values goals.
Okay.
I do agree with Natalia. I think that including past, depending on what not all those past voices were the most pleasant. So I think we want to just highlight that we're looking at diverse voices.
It's gone. And do people feel good about living things instead of people? I'm happy with that. In the last sentence of good stewards of the earth and its inhabitants and its creatures. I don't mean to, I don't know in what other form to have this discussion. Done. Fewer words, the better.
All right, any other modifications? Seeing none, would you like to move it, Stephen?
Sure. I move the revised mission, vision, and goals as the new mission, vision, and goals for Brookline. for PSB.
Is there a second? Andy seconds. Stephen, your vote?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Natalia?
Yes.
And I also vote yes.
So can I ask, these goals and mission and vision are supposed to inform the strategic plan. So what's the process from here on out to sort of to get those two documents in sync?
So now that these are passed and voted, what we'll do is incorporate those into the current structure, and we'll review for continuity and alignment. And again, remember the strategic plan as we are looking at it is both short and long term, and it will be it's a living document, so it won't be frozen in time. So we'll be continuously at a point of modifying it and editing through a continuous cycle there.
Betsy, do you want me to email you the revised version, or did you take the same edits that I just made? Okay, then I'll just email you. I put it in the shared one, but do you want to just copy and paste the proposed and leave the original out, or shall I can email it? Okay.
David, if I could just ask a question from
Sure.
Dr. Guillory. When you say we, who who do you mean? I'm just curious who's on this group.
Well, at this point, remember, the community planning team and all of that have done a
Right.
significant body of work.
Yeah.
So this is now going to be the administrative or the district team that's going to be working
Senior leadership, is that?
the Jody and the teaching and learning team,
Okay.
as well as those various groups that were working on the outcomes, will be the group that's
Right,
doing
for
that.
the building administrators.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to subcommittee and liaison reports. Helen already went with capital improvements. Next up is Suzanne, curriculum.
Well, we're supposed to have our next meeting Tuesday at 4 o'clock on the 19th. I'm not sure that we'll have to, yeah. I think we need to have it, so I'm not sure what we'll do. Can you make that still, Stephen?
Is there possibly a way to move it a little earlier in the day and so that some could do both?
I mean, you know, we're talking about Jody, Michelle, and Gabe, probably. I mean, they're, so, I mean, we could check, Betsy, if you could check. Are you available, Stephen, earlier? Well, we don't have to, we can do this offline, but anyway, that's.
I'm available earlier if we need to be.
You have a meeting, Natalia?
No, I'm available. I'm available.
You're available,
Earlier.
okay. Okay. You are as well. Okay, Betsy, maybe if you could check with the team here, and then we'll be all set. What time is your meeting? Oh, it's at 4. We can meet at
So,
3.
right, so maybe a 3 to 4:30 would work.
3, we could try. Okay.
Okay, so next up, Suzanne again, government relations. Oh, sorry, that's for Val. Anybody on the government relations, finance, or diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice subcommittees want to provide an update? All right. Anything new going on in negotiations, Andy?
No.
All right. And policy has a joint meeting with diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice coming up this Monday. Are there any additional liaisons and updates? Suzanne?
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out. The Metzger Fellows is coming up. That's September 29th at 5 o'clock in Lincoln Auditorium. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's the 6 teachers under the mentorship of John Andrews of the English department met over the summer, and they come up with these really wonderful essays about education and what it means to them. And so everybody's invited. I've been many times. It's just fabulous. Usually there's some crying and tears, and it's just very, very, very much heartfelt. So that's September 29th, 5 o'clock at the Lincoln Auditorium.
I would support Suzanne. I can't make it this year, but I would support Suzanne's comments. It's really, it makes you feel good to go there and listen to what they have to say, and it's good for us for some representation to be there.
All right, Stephen?
The Climate and Sustainability Task Force kicked off a week and a half ago. We have 20 members of it divided into 4 subgroups. I've since met with ZIAB and Climate Action Brookline to inform them of its existence, and they are happy about this and have pledged their assistance. So I owe the group a follow-up, and we will start meeting as groups.
All right, thank you. Any other liaison or other updates? Seeing none, any new business?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Helen.
So we are down a member. Do we have a plan?
Yes, so I believe what we're doing is we're checking with the select board on their available dates for a joint convention, because the election of a new member actually takes place jointly with the select board, as many of us remember, because we've done this a couple times in recent years. So once we have those dates, we'll then be able to send out a communication that has the full timeline to our applicants so that they'll be aware of what the expectations are in terms of timing.
It might just be worth announcing it publicly, though.
Yes, so Nancy Ray Gore resigned from school committee, if you're not already aware of that, effective August 31st. And so we're currently down a school committee member. And if you are interested in applying to join, there will be forthcoming information on how to do that.
And I might just say thank you to Nancy for her a year of service, months of service. So I'm sure she's not watching, but I do want to thank her anyway, I think, for all that she contributed.
Seconded.
Yes, Helen had mentioned just, I believe it was yesterday, during the capital improvement subcommittee meeting, about Nancy's contribution to recycling furnishings at the Baker School to make sure that we're not wasting the items that we have. She was a very passionate member of the capital improvement subcommittee.
And she actually said that she would continue to help us with disposal of, not disposal, but it's repurposing of items. The thing that she was very helpful with at the Baker School were the chairs, the original auditorium chairs, that the wooden chairs that went to a company that's going to sell them. And we didn't have to pay to dispose them.
All right, anything else? Then that concludes our meeting for tonight. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Recording stopped.
I didn't write down the days.